Nice. Test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test, test.
round one at the W100 Shrewsbury here at Shrewsbury Club. The beginning of another full day of action on Demos People Arena. 4 singles matches, 1 doubles match upcoming. Yesterday we had 4 British winners in 4 singles matches. But no Brits featuring in the first match. Up on your screen, Nikita Abduraimova, top 200 ranked player, very high inside the world's top 150, up against a player who just hit her career high, number 178, ranking in the top 200 for the first time. That is Gabriella Knudsen. Miguel Johnson here for the first match of the day. Abduraimova on your screen, the 29-year-olds from Uzbekistan. No stranger to competing here in the UK, but comes into competition here off the back of competing at a W60 event in Portugal at the end of last month. Got a really good win in the first round over Celine Naif, who contested the final of the Hopman Cup in July. But all in all, looking to recover some form a little bit. Abduraimova today, she's lost 3 of her last 4 matches and has been dealt a really tough draw in Gabriella Knudsen, who is here off the back of a title won just a handful of days ago. At the weekend on Sunday, she was up against none other than Harriet Dart in the final showdown of the W40 in Portugal, and that was a really strong draw that she came through for that title. So W100 here in Shrewsbury, that is the 6th and highest level of competition on the ITF World Tennis Tour. W40 is the 3rd step up, but that draw in Portugal looked about as strong as 100k for Knudsen. She beat Tamira Paszek, 2-time Wimbledon quarter-finalist in the first round. She was a set and 2 love down against Raluca Georgiana Serban before she turned things around. Irina Rodionova was her victim in the semi-finals, and then the 6-4, 6-1 win over Harriet Dart in the final to seal the biggest title of her career so far. That was trophy number 4 this season, and she's played in 6 finals. So it has been a fantastic season of development for Knudsen. No Brits in action today, but she has been based in the UK for a couple of years, most recently in Nottingham. She did a Masters at Durham University, but has spent a lot of time on the road this year to get that ranking up and inside the world's top 200, which can take years of effort. Abduraimova picked up the biggest title of her career earlier this season on clay courts. That was a W60 earlier this year. And that was her 13th ITF singles title. There's a reason that she's been able to consistently keep herself around the top 200 this season. So looking to complete the second round lineup here at the W100 Shrewsbury today. And Abduraimova and Knudsen about to face off for the first time. It's a fairly solid start. Even if you're on a roll of wins, it can be tough to quickly transition and change conditions. Knutson was competing outdoors when she went in Portugal, now under the roof in Shrewsbury. 3 points, 3 forehand winners. Knutson's come to play. She says the forehand is something she's really worked on this season. Really felt a change in her level and ability in February, and was just trying to get a little steadier with that shot in terms of her body positioning, keeping the head still. Smart use of the angles from Knutson. Abdurrahimova, one of the tallest players in the tournament, maybe the tallest here this week, so she'll look to get her on the move. Great start for Knutson. Well, you're going to hear a few voices on the microphone throughout the day here, and very happy, first up today, to be joined by Lewis Sweeney. Good morning, Lewis. How are you?
Thank you very much, Abigail. Always a pleasure to be joined by such Shrewsbury Club royalty, if I do say so.
Yeah, you really had to throw that straight out there. This is quite a familiar club for you, though, Lewis. What's your background? What's your history with these courts?
Well, the last time I was here in Shrewsbury was passing my coaching qualification about 6 years ago. And it's surprising to see how much it's changed, gotten bigger, and this tournament especially.
Yeah, there have been several resurfacings of the courts, I think, since then. Painted different colours, a little bit more vibrant these days. They do a great job here at the club. I know that in the last, well, you said it was 6 years ago you were last at these courts, but probably about 6 months ago you got a real good look at the ITF World Tennis Tour here in the UK, out in Nottingham. There are quite a few events happening. Oh, she made the line there. I think she has. All guns blazing, first and foremost, in this match. $25K level events there in Nottingham.
As you were saying, yes. Yeah.
What did you make of the level out there?
Very gritty. It was an incredible insight into this level of tennis.
that's a shame because it was actually good timing on a tricky half volley from Abduraimova coming up the court, but that's what Knutsen's going to do, keep her low at the net and put her under early pressure, as we're seeing here, double break point.
As I was saying, in terms of the level, not far apart at all. The only difference is the stakes are much higher this week. The field is much bigger.
A lot more on the line in terms of prize money, ranking points. Oh, barely. Well, the forehand of Knutsen seems to be the biggest weapon on court. She's making no secret of what she wants to do in this match, but that is going to come with fine margins. Abduraimova will do well to use the time on serve out here to try and bring back a little bit of control. Knutsen going deep with the returns. And that is a great hold.
That'll do nicely.
It will. She looked really pressurized at the beginning of this one, and Knutsen was making good use of the body return, just getting it in deep and taking the control away from Abduraimova. She did brilliantly to recover there, so both players on the board. 4 more matches still to come after this one on Demos People Arena. We'll take a little look at the order of play shortly. Oh, that's clean. I don't know if you can sense this happening on court, Lewis, but from an outside perspective, it's so easy to see that when breakpoint opportunities are missed in the previous game, the player who's then serving is under immediate pressure in terms of the scoreboard and the opposition freeing up a little.
It sticks. It sticks, definitely.
And you can sense it with Knutsen here, that she's frustrated that she wasn't able to push through in the previous game, and that's just crept into the arm, crept into the game as a whole. Triple break point now for Abduraimova. And there's the early break with a helping hand, so all change on Demos People Arena. Abduraimova having crept through the service hold and now draws first blood in this first match of the day. Okay, Lewis, let's take a look at the order of play. So following this one onto court, we have, don't judge the pronunciation here, I'm going to get it checked, Naya Baracoi of France, the qualifier.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good, if we say it confidently. She's got a tough draw, number 4 seed Harriet Dart. Did you see Dart in the doubles yesterday?
I did. Very impressive performance with as a #1 seed pairing with Olivia Gadecki.
Correct, and that's always interesting when someone like Dart comes into this event, and she's played 4th round of Indian Wells, which is a high-ranking WTA event. She's been inside the world's top 100. There's a little bit more of a spotlight on a player like that. How do you reckon she handles that in the singles, and the quick turnaround from Portugal last week as well?
It's extremely useful, the doubles practice. I'm sure you can also illustrate how key it is for players to compete in the doubles as well. You see it more and more, different skills, different practice. So it's very useful to do. And obviously Harriet handled that very well yesterday.
Yeah, so she's had a nice little warm-up in the conditions. She was out here on Demos People Arena just hitting up before this match as well. Oh, she's seeing that ball big now, Abdurrahimova. 3rd match on court. This one's interesting. Top seed Victoria Golubic, former top 100 player from Switzerland, up against 17-year-old Isabel Lacy.
What an opportunity.
Particularly when you consider that Lacy actually beat Golubic on the grass of Ilkley earlier this year. Do you reckon that factors in terms of the confidence from that win?
I think for Lacy, certainly. For Victoria Golubic, it would definitely be in the back of her head.
Oh. Little throwback to earlier in the match there for Knudsen, a reminder of what was working at the beginning of the contest. It's been all change over the past 5 minutes. It's better on the forehand. She was just collapsing on it a little bit when she was broken, Knudsen.
In terms of mentality, as we were just saying for Victoria Golubic, obviously having that head-to-head coming into a match, do you think we're seeing a similar thing with Knudsen here, obviously having missed opportunities earlier in the match? Do you think it's sinking in?
I think she was hung up over it in the previous game. But with those 2 points, that's what you need to move on from it. I think she's back in the moment here, realizing the opportunity of 30 all. Very early days in the match. That's great length of shot from Abdurrahimova. You could see how Knudsen kind of leaned out of the backhand a little bit, just lifted it.
Leaping off the baseline as well. That ball. That's well saved.
It's a really smart move in from Abdurrahimova, noting how far back Knudsen was on the scramble. Ideally, she wants to keep these exchanges under 5 shots. tough pill to swallow because that was the right move from Knudsen. But we've seen her all-out attack at the beginning of this match, and there are going to be misses as well as hits. It's something she has to take in stride. So a 2-game deficit in the favor of the world number 197. A clash of non-seeders, but one of the tougher opening rounds in terms of current rankings. Could easily be a semi-final or better. We do have one more singles match on the order of play, Lewis. All British special, Marnie Banks versus Katie Dunne. That is an interesting one.
Two people we know very well.
Very well.
Very well from Nottingham.
Oh, that's a bullet. Abduraimova does not know Knudsen very well, but she's very quickly identified her route into the match here, going hard and deep into that forehand to open up her path into the rally and keep Knudsen on the back foot.
It's been pinpoint tennis so far from Abduraimova.
The serve had to be just as accurate in response. You can see from Knudsen's reaction that there's still some irritation as to how this one has slipped so quickly. When she had break point early on, it looked like the match was going to be more on her racket than it appears to be.
And it can be frustrating after such an impressive week that she's coming off in Portugal, when in the opening round here in Shrewsbury it just isn't clicking for her just yet.
Yeah, that's just too good. Great confidence and precision from Abduraimova, and that is a very sudden double break advantage that looked unlikely about 10 minutes ago, but she has clicked into gear and she's going to take some stopping in this opening set. Yeah, I was talking to Gabby just previously, touching base after that title run in Portugal, and she acknowledged what you were saying earlier, Lewis, about the level not being that much different at each tier of tournament. It's about, sometimes it's about consistency, sometimes it's just about the given day. And she comes into this acknowledging that she could easily lose first rounds. She's up against a fellow top 200 player, a player with a bit more experience than herself as well. And that state of acceptance is very key, but it's much easier to have courtside than when you're actually within a match. It's a little bit tougher to think rationally in the heat of the battle.
And of course, with how close the group of players are at these LTAs, they know each other very well, their strengths, their weaknesses. So coming into the matches, it's an advantage for them, but also a disadvantage.
Well, you can overthink. There's always potential for that. That's why the Banks versus Dunne match later is such an interesting one, because they've trained together countless times. They know each other's games inside out. I mean, she is seeing that ball like a football now, Abduraimova, to the point where she's making these courts look pretty fast, and they're not the fastest courts by any stretch. Had a good run in the country at the end of last season. Abduraimova reached the semi-finals of the W60 in Glasgow. That's the 4th step up on the ITF circuit, only lost to Heather Watson. And the week after that, the final in Loughborough. The Brit stopped her again, Emily Appleton, on that occasion. Interestingly, lost in the first round here in Shrewsbury. That was the case for Knutson as well. But Knutson had come through qualifying, so that is a real testimony to how she's developed and grown over the last year, not requiring the qualifying event this time around, and actually coming in after the rankings rise this week as one of the highest ranked players here. Well, that was the hold of serve of a player who is ultra focused right now.
And beaming with confidence as well. And just to emphasise what you said about the court speed, many of the players yesterday commented about the tempo of the rallies. I mean, we obviously saw a few long rallies yesterday. We saw an exhausting match with Fran Jones.
Oh, felt like a clay court match. She's burst Knutson's balloon a little bit out here, taking the wind out of her sails. It's tough not to think about the scoreboard when you're 1-5 down. And more so when your opponent is getting such a clean strike on the ball from the word go. In the rallies, there's nowhere to hide.
That's what she needed. Take those any day.
Yeah, if it had gone the other way, that's just salt into the wounds. And it's still so important, this game, to give Knutson a platform to build on in the second set. The worst possible scenario would be Abduraimova rolling into the second set with momentum and the opportunity to serve first.
I mean, mentally, what must be going through the mind of Knutson at the minute is whether to just escape this first set and reset at the changeover.
Be honest, have you thought that in matches?
Absolutely, absolutely. However, I'm positive Knutson will be fighting to get back into this.
Yeah, she's a fighter by nature, Knutson, and a real advocate for this level of the tennis journey. She actually runs a social media account on Instagram with a huge following that shines a light on how tough it is to get going in the pro game, the places you have to go to, the lack of prize money. And she says even though she's cracked the top 200, she's got to keep up the same routines, keep going with the same intensity and the same humility as when she was number 600 in the world. You can't afford to lose focus. It's such a tough world out there. Yeah, it's a tough first set right now. Can't find a way through Abduraimova, who has set point. Well, it was all or nothing stuff, and Nagina Abduraimova was a wall at the back of the court. That match turned on its head a couple of games in, and since then it has been all about the player from Uzbekistan. Nagina Abduraimova setting the standard on Demos People Arena. All right, Lewis, what have you got lined up for the rest of the day?
Oh, well, we were just touching on the Armani Banks Katie Dunne match, fourth up on the Most People Arena, wasn't we? I mean, Armani Banks, we saw her in Nottingham, reached the final of the first week.
She did.
And took Arina Arodionova's only set off her of the week in the final. So it was excellent for practice, experience, and obviously she brings that into 100k in Shrewsbury now against her fellow Brit, who you said she practices with, knows well.
True. The interesting aspect of that match is that both of them are perpetually injured, which is why they've practiced together so much. They've generally been rehabbing at the same time. But that's true. Banks comes into this tournament this year with more experience. And she did have a nice little outing against the Wimbledon semi-finalist of that year, Tatiana Maria, here last season. So there is more experience under her belt. And it might just come down to confidence today in what is likely to be a tight match. So that's the one we're looking forward to. You on the post-match interviews, Lewis? That's what I was fishing for.
Yes, yes, absolutely. Speaking to them about their performance and what's coming up for the rest of the week. Obviously, recovery in between matches is such an interesting one, especially with these exhausting rallies. We saw a lot of people craving to get into the ice bath yesterday.
It's such an important first game of the second set for Knudsen. And that's a good sign. Just locking back into the game plan from the beginning of the first set. Low and fast to Abduraimova at the net. It's just such a high-risk game style. And I think she got in her own head with that pretty straightforward hold for Abduraimova early in the first set. Just forehand misses into the net. It felt like she was still internally beating herself up for that.
Again, signs of frustration. However, it was important for her to reach the changeover to the second set. I just think maybe try and switch up the game plan as well.
Yeah, she just played still aggressive, attacking-minded, but just a little more margin there, Knudsen. And the thing with the aggressive nature of how she's playing is she's not giving herself a lot of time to mentally settle with the situation. It's fast and furious.
And when it is constantly go, 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 and you aren't finding the inside of the court, it's tiring. And if you're like me in that situation, then you'll find anything to blame. The strings, the draft in the room.
Some people call it excuses. For some players, it actually helps, gives them an outlet for that frustration and enables them to offload and move on. Big point here. And you can feel just how big it is. The match could turn on its head right now. Knutson with the opportunity to completely reset and turn this into a different match. The first set did roll by, but the other side of that coin is that it rolled by so quickly that she can shut the door on that and almost pretend it never happened. Can use the scoreboard now with that little assist from Abduraimova under the pressure at the end of that game. Nice to have Lewis here to start the day. He's gone off to get set for all the post-match interviews and the other tasks coming up. Listen out for a few different voices across the course of this second day of first round action. Matches taking place across 3 courts at the moment. It's got a whole different complexion now, this match. Saw a lot of visible agitation from Knutson in the opening set, but it's that competitive fire that can also be her biggest asset. She's got great energy off the court, infects those around her. Positive signs for Abduraimova here, that she's just been able to keep her focus on her own side of the net and what's under her control. And that's exactly what she was hunting. Straightforward love hold to remind Knutson that she's very much still a presence in this match and that the first set is under her belt. She is closest to the finish line, even though she trails by a break in this second set. The player from Uzbekistan on the board now. let's check in with the matches happening elsewhere on courts 1 and 2. I should say 1 and 3. And Barbora Politseva serving for a very impressive win over the Spaniard Lucia Cortez-Yorca. 6-3, 5-love, and serving is Politseva. She was semi-finalist here last season. Quarter-finalist, I should say, beat Karolina Mukova in the second round, who has since reached the final of Roland Garros and was set and a break up on Marketa Vondrousova, who went on to win the title and of course has since gone on to be crowned Wimbledon champion. So Politseva, a serious player, current ranking 281. Still in the very early stages of her career, one to keep an eye on. And that's the win locked in for 19-year-old Czech Barbora Politseva, 6-3, 6-love. Making her the first winner of the day. Andrei Lukashuta and Kathleen Kanev in a battle of the qualifiers. Still in the early stages of the second set. Over on court 3, Germany's Kanev leading 6-2. I don't know if that was a lapse in judgment from Abduraimova and a slight miss-hit from Knutsen's forehand. But it can make a huge difference. And that might be the toughest pill to swallow of the day for Knutsen. She'd laid the groundwork meticulously. The backhand angle was exactly the kind of shot that's going to hurt Abduraimova out here. Get her fully on the stretch, open up the space. Forehand didn't have to have much on it. And there it is, back on serve, Abduraimova. And really the tide turns with the forehand that Knutsen missed at 15-love. Was up on top of the court and that one flew wide. .30 and she might have been a little more settled, potentially not gone for as much on some of the forehands. It's not a bad move from Knutsen in order to try and give Abdurrahimova something different, because as these rallies extend, it seems to be Knutsen that's breaking down the more. And it's the world number 197 who's just switching things up more as well with the slice, inserting that smartly. It's a similar drop-off to what we witnessed in the opening set, and you've got to give a lot of credit to Abdurrahimova staying solid and hitting a powerful ball from the back, judging her moments well to move up the court. Leading by a set in 3-2. She had a tricky opener here last year, Knutsen, Lily Miyazaki. Seed in number 6 this time around. I think she was just saying that maybe she was looking up into the lights there. Knutsen, she was slightly off the side of the court, and actually one of the players was telling me yesterday about how the lighting can get difficult in here. The lights are over the sidelines, and so it's dimmer in the middle of the court. And within a match, it's all about reading the situation, reading the moment. Abduraimova was all big hits and winners to roll to the end of that first set. Right now, just making Knudsen play, feeding off the frustration. And right now, as Knudsen feels that weight develop on her shoulders, she's not having to do an awful lot, Abduraimova, apart from keep her focus, which she's doing impeccably. A chance for the set and a break lead. And she comes in swinging once more. Underlining just why she's been a force under the roof in the UK in tournaments gone by. Abduraimova, a player that a lot of the field had their eyes on at the end of last year. She was in some serious form. Won a tournament at W60 level in Bratislava in November 2022. Biggest of her 13 ITF singles titles to date. Mentally, in terms of the sport and her position within it, she's very rational, Knudsen, but it is tough to go through a quick turnaround of conditions. To start from square one when she was so recently playing a final, and to go up against an opponent of this quality in the very first round, one of the toughest opening matches in the draw. And the racket's being taken out of her hands. It was all Knudsen for the opening couple of games, and from there it has more or less been all Abduraimova. Minor blip at the beginning of this second set, but she reset quickly, and here she is just one game away from a straight sets triumph. So ranking points to be gained if Abduraimova can push through this match. I don't know how deep she's looked into the draw, but it shouldn't get any easier after this victory if she can wrap it up. Either Victoria Golubic or Isabel Lacy awaits in round two. Golubic, the top seed this week. feels like a bit of a collapse of confidence for Knudsen, because middle portion of the first set she was still defending pretty well out of that forehand corner when Abduraimova was going back behind, giving way more quickly now. And just misjudging. Positioning-wise at the back with the forehand, she was much more stable, much more confident striking through. But the way that point ended, just an indication of how uncomfortable she's begun to feel out here. Cheap points on serve, much welcomed. She's got to dig deep now. Standing and delivering. When she's finding the center of the racket, she is hitting a brutal ball right now, Abduraimova. And it has moved her to match point. And there will be no challenge. That's not a possibility here. And it was a mountain to climb anyway. Nagina Abduraimova in some form as she sails through round one, and classy from Gabriela Knudsen to acknowledge that when she will surely be frustrated. Tricky ask for her today to turn around so quickly from that W40 singles title in Portugal in completely contrasting conditions. And Abduraimova just seeming more at ease once she got settled into the match, once she recovered from that early deficit, when she was down break point. Was able to ruffle Knudsen's feathers, and much more to come from the Czech 26-year-old at a career high world number 178. She has the motivation and the ability to keep on climbing, but today, too tough an opponent and too big an ask. So it's Abduraimova who moves through to face either the top seed or British teenager Isabel Lacy in the next round. Might be a little break prior to the next match, with this one being pretty swift, but within minutes it will be number 4 seed Harriet Dart taking on French qualifier Naya Baracoi. Well, welcome back to Demos People Arena at the W100 Shrewsbury on this second day of first round action at the Shrewsbury Club. It is time for Harriet Dart, the highest ranked Brit in the singles draw. And she's up against the woman on your screen, the qualifier from France, Naya Baracoi. Abigail Johnson with you for this contest after a very impressive win for Nagina Abduraimova in record time. Under an hour required to get the better of Gabriela Knutson, 6-1, 6-2. Knutson having just won the biggest title of her career in Portugal at the weekend. It was a very quick turnaround, and it makes it interesting to see how Dart will respond today, because Knutson's victim in that final was none other than the Brit who is currently on court. But Baracoi, on the other hand, has had a fair amount of time to adjust to the conditions here in Shrewsbury. She came through qualifying to book her spot in the main draw here. The second of those victories accomplished just a couple of days ago over on court 3. 2 matches played, 2 matches won in straight sets in the qualifying rounds, although her most recent win was not straightforward, 7-5, 7-6. She served for the match a couple of times prior to edging it 8-6 in the tiebreak. And the positives of that for the 19-year-old is that she's been able to edge some pressure moments there with the scoreboard incredibly close. And she's going to need some confidence as she takes on a player with much more experience. Baracoi here, just ranked inside the world's top 600 with a career-high WTA ranking of number 509. And today she takes on a player who's formerly been in the realms of the world's top 100, and that was the case earlier this year for Harriet Dart. Here she is, 27 years old now, Dart, and leading a host of British players in the main draw. Victories yesterday on centre court for all those who competed in singles action. Katie Swan Lily Miyazaki in an all-British clash with Emily Appleton, Fran Jones, and finally 14-year-old Hannah Klukman, who became the youngest player ever to win a W100 main draw match. So Dart asking the question of where Baracoi's confidence levels are at the beginning of this match, getting her to serve first in what will be one of the biggest matches of the French women's pro career. She cracked the world's top 100 as a junior, did Baracoi. And Dart herself has been one of the leading players within the country for some time. Has experienced Shrewsbury previously when it was a lower ranking event. Here at the Shrewsbury Club, it's progressed up the levels. It used to be a W25 event, which is the second step up on the ITF World Tennis Tour. And now it's the highest level of ITF competition that there is, the W100, 6 levels up on the pro circuit. If Dart were to go all the way this week, it would be the biggest victory in terms of a title win of her career so far, although she has won a title on British soil already this season. Back in May in Nottingham, was the top seed at the 25k event there, had a target on her back and carried it impressively to get the victory. A couple of quality wins in there as well, including over Arina Rodionova in the semi-finals. Team Dart on the benches, boyfriend and agent Stephen Falk and Jeremy Bates, head of women's tennis at the LTA alongside. Stephen on the road with her just last week in Portugal. Dart with a doubles win under her belt already as the top seed alongside Olivia Gadecki here last night. That might just help prepare her for this first singles clash. And she wants to keep these points as short as possible. Baracoi, preferably below the 5-shot mark. Dart, an elite counterpuncher of the game. Moves as well, if not better than any other player in this draw. and she will make a meal out of second serve offerings. That one eaten for lunch. And a bit of early pressure on. Making a point of moving around for the forehands early on, Maya Baracoi. That is a good first hold of serve for the teenager. Won her third ITF singles title earlier this year in Manacor on hard courts. All three of her titles to date coming on this surface. All at 15K level, that's the entry level of pro event. So for Baracoi, this could be a very lucrative week in terms of prize money, ranking points gained. Already a big deal to have come through qualifying in what is a strong field here in Shrewsbury. Now, that was off the back of 4 straight losses, so it shows her resilience. And talk about second serves being chewed up and spat out. And that's so well done with the positioning. Dunne holding it until the last moment, but fully committing to her option. She has to be aggressive out here, Baracoi. She's not going to outlast start from the back, and the moment that ball drops a bit shorter, confidence to close down. Well, Dart not agreeing with the call on her sideline. But no challenges here at the W100 Shrewsbury. Has to try and take that in stride. Early opportunity for Naya Baracoi. Make no mistake, all the pressure is on Dart today. Much more experienced, much higher ranked at current world number 143. And that is pinpoint under pressure. I had a lot of respect for Dart turning up to that 25k ITF event in Nottingham a few months ago, a lower level than she would usually compete at. Really put herself out there. It gave her match play, it gave her confidence, and that hold of serve should give her confidence too. Holding from breakpoint down, and that immediately shifts the spotlight to Naya Baracoi, who goes back to square one. And that's why the first 2 points were so big for the French woman. Dart gives you very little cheap. Having that breathing room at the start of a service game, the game after you've had a missed opportunity, that can go a long way. And it's good to see the blinkered focus from Baracoi early on. Had made an immediate decision to move up the court behind the serve, clocking the damage done. beware when she has time on the forehand. Dart, at the moment she's got that on top of the court. It's a tough ask to turn things around. Building momentum now. Laser-like stuff. Well, she made a statement from the offset, Dart planting herself half a meter inside the baseline to return serve. And then had the timing to maintain control even when she was pushed back. This is break point. And this is the break. First blood, Harriet Dart. Formerly a doubles champion here alongside Freya Christie back in 2017. So she's on the honour roll. But looking to progress into the draw here at the W100 Shrewsbury. This event having increased in status by several levels since Dart was last in competition. It was so important for Dart just to hold that opening game when She was under a bit of pressure. Coming in as the favourite against a player who most likely knows her game a lot better than Dart knows Baracoci's. It's always tough. Qualifier as an opening round, never an easy draw. They're comfortable in the conditions. Baracoi as a distinct underdog out here in terms of expectation. So to have that early bit of breathing room, ideal for Dart, and looks like something that she potentially needs as she looks to adjust to the conditions herself. Had a bit of court time to do that yesterday alongside Olivia Gadecki in the doubles. Match tiebreak required for the victory. That was over Lily Miyazaki and Marion Bolkvadze. Not a nice first round draw in the doubles. Those two won a title here in the UK alongside each other in the summer months. Oh, you're never safe until the volleys bounce twice against Harriet Dart. As her name would suggest, and she likes a target. Back of the baseline, and it has to be unconditional from Baracoi. Can't play the scoreboard, can't even play her opponent too much. Uncompromising aggression is her one route to victory in this particular matchup at this stage of her career. And that aggression can take on many different appearances. It doesn't just have to be winner after winner. That's a smart choice of return, deep into the body, keeping Dart back. And this is break-back point. accesses the sideline. And that's a big hold, the consolidation hold for Dart, and not without a struggle. The two closest games of the match so far have both gone her way. One a break, one a hold. It might just make the advantage feel greater to Naya Baracoi than it actually is. 4 games in, and with the magnitude of the matchup as well, she might physically feel like she's played double that. Opening couple of points, once again very key, and to give herself a leg up. And not much has changed from the opening points of this match, aside from the fact that Dart has won both of those longer games. Mentally, that gives her a leg up. It just plays on Baracoi's side of the net. Sees her go for a bit more on the forehand, like she has to overcompensate. And the forehand was fire at the beginning of this contest. She doesn't really need to change anything in that regard. But with the scoreboard situation, with the ability of the opponent, she will feel like she does. Something she does need is first serves, because with Dart's scoreboard advantage now, she is not going to hold back behind the second. Break points again. And that's the double break at 4-1. It was Dart who was on the ropes early, had to save the first break point, but from there has come up clutch in the key moments. Couple of accurate serves into the backhand, and now the Baracoi forehand, just struggling to find the balance that Dart is keeping impeccably with her movement and her positioning. So 4-1 to the number 4 seed. The Demos People Arena, one of 3 courts in action at the beginning of the second day of first round play. All second round singles matches to be contested tomorrow. Elsewhere on court already today, comprehensive victory for Barbora Politseva, the 19-year-old Czech, over Lucia Cortez-Yorka. Andrei Lukashuta and Kathleen Kanev are still doing battle over on court 3 in the first match of the day. Lukashuta was down a set and down a break in the second set as well. In fact, she did face triple match point. A classic misreading of the score from me there. She was broken to love for Kanev to serve for the match, but Lukashuta broke straight back. Edged the tie break and into a third. The sheer consistency from Dart just frustrating Baracoi into early misses. And the Brit keeping a level demeanour. And keeping firm hold of the advantage. After a tussle of an opening 2 or 3 games, starting to roll towards the finish line of this opening set. So, as was the case for Gabriela Knudsen previously, massive game here for the French teenager to try and halt some momentum ahead of a potential second set. brutal accuracy. Nope. Yeah, I've got to agree with Harriet Dart there. That looked clean on the line. Oh my word. Well, in the chair umpire's defense, that is the far edge of the baseline, so not the easiest to call from that position. But smart of Dart to let that go. No point arguing. No lead is safe against a player who fights like Dart. Closing back in, just as she's closing back in on her career high ranking of world number 84. She qualified for back-to-back WTA main draws ahead of that final in Portugal last week. So she's in form. And she's pretty set on getting this opener wrapped up on the return. A full couple of strides inside the baseline to take on that second serve return. Baracoi with no reaction time. Great placement. Really has to get Dart off the mark with the forehand to do damage, hitting into that wing, hook her off the side of the court. And she hangs on. That's a really good hold from the teenager, showing some of the fight that she displayed in the final round of qualifying in order to get it done there in straight sets. And that could be a key game, and even if she does lose this opening set, just gives her something to build on at the beginning of the second. For now, it's on Dart's racket with the double break, and the Brit will have the opportunity to serve for this opener shortly. A guaranteed British opponent for whoever comes through this one. They'll take on the winner of the match later in the day, fourth on Demos People Arena, Marnie Banks up against Katie Dunne. So the winner of that clash to take on the winner of this one. Serve unbroken in this set, looking to keep it that way. That first delivery and the second alike actually have pierced the mark when they most need to. Dart with a bit of a platform and a bit of a cushion to try and wrap this up. And there it is. Back to business as Harriet Dart. Doubles win last night, and first set in the bag now on Demos People Arena, the number 4 seed, with a solid start to her competition against an opponent who has been hitting big out here and posing a challenge. She's had the answer so far, and someone who had the answer yesterday in a fairly tough doubles opener was Holly Hutchinson alongside Maddie Brooks, and Holly's here now. Hello, Holly.
Hello, Abigail. Thanks so much for having me on today.
You're welcome. Well, thank you for being here. Much appreciated. I enjoy getting a little bit of insight from the players who've actually been on the match court here. Mm-hmm. So, what was your draw yesterday? How did you find it? How was the level?
Yeah, so we played the third seeds yesterday in the doubles, and actually me and Maddie had lost to the French girl last week in Portugal. So when we saw the draw, we were definitely up for it. And we also played a girl from Uzbekistan as well. And yeah, I mean, they're a really good pair. One of them, you know, big serving, big hitting, and then Casino is a very good doubles player, good hands. But yeah, we were very clear on our targets, and these courts are very quick, which helps. I think me and Maddie, you know, we like to get after our serves and move a lot in the dubs court. So yeah, it was really fun to get back out there, and obviously love playing a British tournament.
Oh, I think you can take some responsibility, Holly, for the outcome of the first match on court today. One of the girls who beat yesterday was Nagina Abduraimova.
Yes.
She just rolled to the win today, 6-1, 6-2, over Gabriella Knutson, who just won a title at the weekend.
Yes, because I was there last week, and Gabby was playing really, really good tennis. But I'm not surprised at... I can't pronounce her.
Abduraimova. Nagina.
Yes,
Nagina.
Yeah, I'll call her Nagina because these courts would suit her game so much. I was really struggling to return her serve. You know, she's got an absolute cannon. And yeah, I can just tell that these courts are just super quick. So just returning her strike is tough. But yeah, I mean, Gabby had an amazing week last week. She was just so solid on those courts.
Big run in qualifying from Naya Baracoi here as well. That forehand was a feature. Tough draw today, though. You competed in qualifying, Holly. Did you see much of Baracoi around, or is there too much going on during the qualifying event?
I actually didn't see her play this week, but I've seen her a fair amount this summer. I feel like after a while you see similar faces, and you know, it's always a good sign, especially for me, having been injured so much last year. Actually being able to play a run of tournaments this summer, I've become quite familiar with a lot of faces, and she's one of the ones that has popped up around Portugal and Spain quite a lot. I think she trains in Spain and speaks Spanish, so that's my knowledge on her, but I haven't seen her play a lot of tennis. But yeah, great point by Harriet there, setting herself up really well.
She had the quicker start, Baracoi, but since then Dart hasn't really allowed her to play her game. She's taking the ball on, sweetly opening up the space here, and there's space on the board again. Couple of break points very early. Now that's good. Now that's been her go-to play behind the serve, taking the forehand on. And you'll have seen her a lot more, Holly, because she has been having the best run of her career this season, won her third ITF title. Yeah, I think we held our breaths there because there was a ball from Dart that looked some distance long, but just a few games ago, a forehand return of Dart's that was clearly on the line that
I think Harriet
was
is
called
smiling
out.
there a little bit.
I think she's saying it levels out because she knows she was hard done to at the back end of the previous set, and sometimes it doesn't level out, but I think on this occasion she feels like a bit of justice there as she breaks at the beginning of the second set. I mean, how much have you seen of Harriet, Holly? Because she's obviously spent a lot of time on the WTA circuit in recent years, and you're pushing through, dealing with injuries, coming through the ITF circuit. Are you around the National Tennis Centre enough to see these girls training?
I haven't seen, obviously, a lot of Harriet at tournaments just because, you know, she's playing the top level of the sport. I did see her last week, which is nice. She had a really solid week as well. And it's always good to try and, you know, I try and watch matches of the other Brit girls wherever possible, and learn as much as possible. She's just so solid, so athletic. She moves really well. And yeah, it's always nice to have the Brit support where possible. She watched our doubles. Unfortunately, that quarterfinal didn't go our way. But yeah, it's always good to try and support each other when you can. And hopefully, I'll be seeing a lot more of her at tournaments.
She's really settling into a groove now. Not sure I'd say relief, but will certainly feel good to get that first set under her belt. We've said that she's a player with a lot of eyes on her here as the highest ranked Brit and so many ranking spots above Baracoi. It's very easy to get tense early on in those kinds of matchups.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, players like Harriet just have so much experience in those quote-unquote pressured situations, and I feel like one thing Harriet is so good at is, you know, not really feeling it that much with all those matches under her belt. You feel like she's just more experienced in this situation.
The smoothest consolidation so far. Love hold for Dart, and she is well on her way here. So what's the focus for you, Holly, with doubles taking off a bit alongside Maddie? You've played some finals alongside each other already this season. Are you scheduling for doubles at the moment?
Yeah, so it's been a surprise. I think the summer that we had together, we weren't really, you know, we were just kind of playing. We weren't really thinking about a doubles specific. For Maddie, it's a little bit different because she does want to play doubles. But for me, I wanted to try and do both for as long as possible. And then now with kind of like the ranking disparity, funny enough, I was actually just talking to a couple of the girls in the car about scheduling and how they kind of work around that, because it is tough with the singles withdrawal being so early on. And yeah, I'm going to try and play the bigger tournaments. So I am doing a double schedule. And then I'm going to try and play the singles and sign in where I can. For now, that might change depending on how things go, but yeah, that's what's going on. That's what's going on for me right now. We're just kind of rolling with it, rolling with the doubles, and yeah, I'm still training for both.
Sometimes you've just got to ride the wave, haven't you, when you have the opportunity?
Yeah, exactly. And it's a good problem to have, in my opinion.
Stay positive. She just seems a bit confused now, Baracoi, as to how to hurt Dart, since Plan A failed her at the back end of that opening set. If you were in her corner right now, what advice would you throw out there?
I mean, it's easy to say watching from here, but I would say just try and mix it up as much as possible. Right now, I feel like she's giving Harriet the same ball. It seems very, hard-hitting and just kind of like repetitive, which I can fully empathise with because that's my go-to as well. And just try and come forward to the net and mix it up a little bit, get her out of the corners, but it's obviously easier said than done.
That's true. Particularly if it would seem Baracoi's go-to style is to rip the ball, so you've got to force yourself out of your comfort zone a bit.
Yeah, but that's why playing doubles is good because it allows you to develop your net game, and it's definitely made me more confident in my singles, like moving forwards. In like big pressure points, I feel a lot more comfortable at the net. So yeah, guys, play more doubles. No, I'm kidding.
No, it's a good thing to advocate for, and a lot of top players would do the same. Coco Gauff, who just won the US Open, Jessica Pegula, who's consistently inside the world's top 10 in singles and doubles, Ashley Barty, former world #1, played her first Grand Slam finals in doubles.
Do you know I've played her? Sorry, little flex there.
Might as well when you're on the mic.
Yeah, I played Ash Barty when she was returned. That's a great shot by Harriet. I played her in her return to tennis. She'd just, given up her cricket career, and I played her in the 25k qualies at Eastbourne. Second round, yeah.
That was her very first tournament.
It was. Back. So there we go. Fun facts for the day for everyone listening.
That's coming out on commentary every time she's on court from now.
Yeah. But guys, did you know I played world #1?
She's not able to break down the wall. And Dart is rolling with the rhythm. It's a set and a double break. The #4 seed looking in a really strong position now on Demos People Arena.
And that's a great 1-2 punch by Harriet there. I've been left alone by Abigail, so right now it's just me on the mic. And again, just really, really good first serves here. Very convincing, just like the first service game from Harriet in this second set. She'll be looking to break serve here, give her the opportunity to serve it out for the match. And I'm joined with
Abigail Johnson. Needed a quick breather. It's hard 4 matches straight, Holly.
This girl works extremely hard. I just want to say that on the record. She's carrying multiple tournaments.
I didn't bring her on the mic to say that, but I appreciate it. It might be a strange question, Holly, but how far do you have to be down on the scoreboard before you stop thinking about how far behind you are?
Oh, that is a good question. I'm going to have to think about my answer there, so I'll wait after this point.
Okay.
I think at a certain point, definitely around this side of the match, you've got to just either go for it, like just absolutely just go for it, or just change something drastically. Because just Harriet looks so comfortable right now. But I mean, it's high-level hitting from both sides. I think she's done a really good job of being aggressive, Harriet, and not allowing this girl inside the baseline.
Oh, she's taking the ball so early
Yeah.
and so quickly on the return that she's not allowing the serve to be that effective.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's the right move from Baracoi. That's the shot she has to look for if she's going to maintain that aggression. But there's not a lot of margin for it. Break point for the triple break. They might have to rename it the Harriet Dart Arena because she's all over it at the moment. No spaces on Dart's side of the net. And it looks like an unassailable lead, a 7-5 love. She's going to look to serve it out within the next few minutes. A little distraction from Holly Hutchinson's doubles partner, Maddie Brooks, from across the way.
I really want to try and get Maddie on the mic.
She wants her turn. I think that's what she's indicating right now.
Oh, okay.
No, I think she wants co-commentary with you.
Yeah, that's what I think needs to happen.
The funny thing is that
Maddie loves interviews, cameras, media, social media, everything in that area. So I think we need to get her.
The best thing about this is that she can see that we're talking, but she can't hear a word we're saying. We
I
could say
anything right now.
Anything we want to right now, and she wouldn't have a clue. Can Dart close out a very convincing victory? Looking for her 6th game out of 6 in this second set.
I mean, that's just so good. I've actually, this week and last week, I've only ever seen, actually, I'm not gonna jinx it.
Okay.
I'm not gonna jinx it, but she's playing very well.
Oh, that's such a good dig.
I mean, she did such a good job there to get the ball low. Even if she'd have got that volley over, the ball was only going to go up. I think something that Harriet does really well is just her movement. Just gets behind the ball so well.
Yeah, defensively more dangerous than any other player in the draw. And she's given herself more than enough room for a miss or two like that. It doesn't look like it's going to hurt her right now. Still a couple of points away. And that's the defense to attack is all in the timing. Holly's not short, Baracoi is not short, but there have been some close ones on both sides of the net in this one. Don't think it's going to make much difference in terms of the overall scoreboard. Double match point. She's announced herself strongly, Harriet Dart. Straight sets to move into the second round. And she steamrolled to the finish line. Maria Baracoi with an impressive fight through qualifying and singles ranking that is only going to increase in the coming months, but Dart far more experienced and warmed up into these conditions with the doubles win last night, and that displayed itself in this match. So she has definitely underlined her status as one to watch, the number 4 seed, and it'll be a really interesting second round clash tomorrow with either Marnie Banks or Katie Dunne, a guaranteed British opponent.
Yeah, it's great to see so many Brits, you know, in the draw, and obviously it's always interesting when two Brits face off with each other, but I just think it's great in general that we have so many playing, you know, at this level. And honestly, it's just inspiring, like seeing the top girls and learning from them. And yeah, it'll be a good match. Is Marnie and Katie playing later today?
They are after the next match onto court, so that'll be Banks versus Dunne, 4th match on Demos People Arena. That's the second contest drawn to a conclusion. Dart moving through to round 2, and within the next few minutes here on the main show court, Victoria Golubic, the top seed, up against teenager Isabel Lacy. Back with you in a few minutes for that one. Hello and welcome back to Demos People Arena for the third match of the day on the second day of first round action at the W100 Shrewsbury. We are rolling through the matches so far. Straightforward victories for Nagina Abduraimova over Gabriela Knudsen, and number 4 seed Harriet Dart, the highest ranked Brit in the draw, over Naya Baracoi, the qualifier from France. Will this contest be a little closer? Well, history indicates that it might be. Our top seed, Victoria Golubic, on court for her first match of the tournament, up against a player who she lost to at this level of event in the UK over the summer. On the grass courts of Ilkley, it was 17-year-old Isabel Lacy who came out on top of this matchup. And she's looking for a repeat here in the first round at the Shrewsbury Club. Abigail Johnson with you for this third match of the day. Another match still to follow. Marnie Banks to take on Katie Dunne. So the player from Switzerland, our top seed this week, current ranking of world number 87, so well inside the top 100, and an amazing opportunity for spectators here at the Shrewsbury Club to get a glimpse of world-class talent, as they did last year when the current Wimbledon champion Marketa Vondrousova took herself to the trophy in both the singles and doubles events. Golubic with a career high ranking of number 35, achieved in February last season. And here, off the back of a title triumph that was just last week in France at a WTA 125k level event. So that is just a step higher than the W100 Shrewsbury, which is the highest level of tournament on the ITF World Tennis Tour. A very solid run from the Swiss player last week, during which she defeated her fellow top 100 player Jacqueline Christian in the semi-finals, and then got the win in straight sets over Erika Andreeva in the final. Erika, the sister of the already very famous Mira Andreeva, the 16-year-old who has been making waves in the world of professional tennis over the last few months. So Golubic in form. But Isabel Lacy, the winner of the previous meeting between this pair. So Lacy asking the question of her opponent at the beginning of this one. Turned 17 in July, did Lacy. And is well inside the world's top 1,000 in the singles rankings. So that is some distance on from where she sat last time she contested the event at the W100 Shrewsbury. She's had experience at the tournament here before, last year on its first outing as a W100 tournament, and has since contested events at this level on the grass courts in both Ilkley and Surbiton, where she qualified for the main draw and got her first ever top 100 victory over Madison Brengel in the opening round. So Lacy is quite a talent. She won the 18 and unders Junior Nationals event in the UK this year, which is the biggest junior tournament in British tennis. So knows what it is to be in the spotlight. Looking to take a swing at the toughest draw she could have been offered this week and see what she can do. So world number 87, Victoria Golubic, to get this one underway. Lacy looking for a quicker start than when these two faced off in Ilkley in June. It was actually Golubic who won the first set before Lacy turned things around for a 2-6, 6-4, 6-3 result. Often the international players can put a bit of an asterisk on early grass season losses. The Brits have more access to that surface. So Lacy had won a UK Pro League event on the grass, had a fair bit of prep going into Ilkley. But Golubic had some time on the lawns herself at that point. She made the quarterfinals in Surbiton and the quarterfinals at the WTA level event in Nottingham. Victory over Dunne there. Which is all to say that victory was no flash in the pan for Isabel Lacy. And she is one to keep an eye on here in Shrewsbury, even with the toughest of opening round draws. Well, the backhand side is the obvious swing to approach to. The one-hander of Golubic is much more of a rarity in tennis these days, particularly on the women's tour. And there are still a fair few guys at the top of the game with the one-hander. Lacy targeting good length of shot early on in this encounter. And successfully applying some early pressure. Second break point hit. That could be a key survival for the Swiss player right at the beginning of this match. Quicker turnaround to getting here, having competed in France last week. Lacy's been here for a few days practicing. Has the experience of these conditions from last year. And to give you an idea of Isabel Lacy's development since then, she was unranked on the pro circuit. In the weeks leading up to that event, was outside the world's top 1,000s when she contested qualifying here last season. Got a win in the first round of qualifying and lost out in the second round to former US Open semi-finalist Janina Wickmeyer. No shame there. Great positioning around the ball. And should be looking to stay aggressive with the serve today, Lacy, and get on top of the court, utilize the forehand. So both players on the board, and that's already an impressive hold from Lacy, considering she had a couple of breakpoint opportunities in the opening game, able to stay present, shrug those off. As her mum, Caroline, watching on today, trying to spot her in the stands. Former player herself. She's also a top 150 ranked player in doubles. Here's Victoria Golubic, finalist this year in Hobart, Australia. Yeah, that's really well handled from Golubic. Lacy trying her best with the placement, but she was just hooked too far off the side of the court, stretched too far to really get potency on that return strike. Good direction of shot though. And she moves fluidly, Lacy. Able to direct with the forehand from all positions and responding well under defense there. Another chance for the break of serve. That's great work from Lacy. Looking to pressurize the Golubic backhand so that she has positioning to really get on top of and pressure the forehand. And that final shot not even required on that occasion. Such was the quality of that delivery. Break point. And this one's converted. First move made by Isabel Lacy, the 17-year-old, with the ideal start to this match and impressive resilience after missing her first opportunity in the opening game. So Lacy on top of the top seed. So we'll take the opportunity for a little bit of an update from around the grounds. 3 courts in action during this first round of competition at the W100 Shrewsbury. Victories already on Dimos People Arena for Nagina Abdurrahmova, 6-1, 6-2 over Gabriela Knudsen, who won a title at the weekend, over Harriet Dart, the number 4 seed, who rolled past Naya Baracoi, the French qualifier, 6-2, 6-love. Elsewhere, victory in a comeback result for Andrei Lukashutsa from a set down over her fellow qualifier Kathleen Kanev. Barbora Politseva, last year's quarter-finalist, rolled past Lucia Cortez-Yorca, 6-love, 6-3. Simona Volta was up against the lucky loser last minute, and it was a 6-1, 6-4 result over Pemra Özgen for the number 8 seed, also from Switzerland. Olivia Gadecki right now in the opening stages of her match with Margot Rouveroy. Gadecki of Australia, the number 3 seed this week. Well, she hangs on and survives, Golubic. A bit of a question mark about her intensity in the forecourt there. Had opportunities to finish the rally off, but she fully committed throughout. It's not always about foot speed. Anticipation can do just as much, and she sensed the ball coming for her forehand side multiple times early in the exchange. was just able to keep Lacy at bay. Just a hint as to why the double fault cropped up at 30-15. And Lacy, with awareness of Golubic's ever-presentness at the baseline. And the Swiss player has kept her chin up, is watching that ball well, and has the immediate opportunity to get back on serve. Oh, that is some comeback from the floor to the victory in that point. Victoria Golubic completely lost her balance, but had enough on that ball to give herself time to stay alive. I think she's confused as to how that happened. But she's back to some safety on the scoreboard at 2 games all. That exact rally gave a good idea of what makes her dangerous as a competitor, from deep behind the baseline, able to get shape and spin on the ball, but still generated depth of shot and prevented Lacy from getting on the attack. Now the opportunity to use the serve to get back on top. Just a bit of lingering frustration for Lacy maybe, but more an awareness of how solid Golubic is able to be from the back. The forecourt is feared ground though for the Swiss player early on. Can't fault the point construction there. Tricky side spin on the drop shot, perfect placement on the lob, but not the control to put that final ball away. Might be something Lacy takes note of, information she stores away. Now she just squeezes through as the Lacy backhand just lands long. Couple of games in a row for the world number 87. The 31-year-old settling herself into this contest now in her first match of the week. Well, we've had a few special guests so far today, and the latest of those had a high-quality view of a high-quality win for Harriet Dart just a few minutes ago, really. So, Stephen Falk, welcome to the commentary position. Is this the highlight of your week?
Yeah, this is definitely the highlight of my week. Thank you so much for having me, Abigail.
You're so welcome.
I'm excited to be here with you.
Good. Now, can you give everyone an idea as to why you might have been sat courtside for that previous match?
Why have you said that?
Why would you be sat there?
For moral support. I'm late to tennis. I don't have a technical appreciation of the game where I can contribute in that aspect, but I can encourage and applaud when I think it's necessary.
Harriet Dart's agent or Harriet Dart's boyfriend? Which are we going with?
Bagent.
Bagents.
Yeah, just fusing those things together perfectly.
That's a new term we've just coined right here. Put it in the dictionary. Oh, that is a really clever response to what was a pretty smooth slice approach from Lacy. Would have been looking for a bit more depth on the shot to prevent the lob from coming into play, but still quality that underlines just why this woman is heading up the field this week. Some strong names in this draw. Olivia Gadecki is still getting on elsewhere. There's the number 3 seed. Dart seeded 4 this week. Simona Volta, the number 8 seed, already safely through to date. She saw that quickly, Lacy, but momentum carrying her up the court, and she didn't have a lot of options once she got up to that ball. Had to try and steady herself at the net again, and there's a whole half of the court left open for Golubic to swipe that one away. Triple break point now. And that's just the pressure telling. This one has turned on its head, and the momentum fully with Victoria Golubic. That's 3 games on the trot. The opportunity to make it 5-2. It's pretty easy watching earlier with Harriet on court, Stephen.
Yeah, she did well, very well. Not easy to change from outdoor to indoor so late. We were in Portugal a couple of days ago. She played the final there. So I think she did really well, handled it well. Yeah, great start.
Whoever's won the first set today has won the match. That's been the theme. Oh, that's a lovely connection from Lacy. And keeping steady over that ball and taking the initiative. And making use of being on top of the court there. Not enough angle from the top seed. So, early threat. Having toured with Harriet, Stephen, for a little bit, you'll have some awareness of the other British players. Have you seen much of Isabel Lacy?
I haven't seen too much of her. I saw a bit of her over grass.
Which is where she got this win previously.
Yep, against Victoria. But this is the first time I've sat down and properly watched, so I'm enjoying it.
She is too in this game.
It's funny, Harriet actually says Isa reminds her of herself when she was younger, so maybe I'm getting an insight into what young Harriet played like.
Oh, and she's really seeing it big now. There's a really interesting comment from Harriet. Did she say in what aspect that was?
I think it was more physically. She says she has an engine and can run all day.
Great mover for sure. And you have to beat to get that positioning right. Oh, talking about running all day. That was brilliant court coverage behind the baseline from Lacy. Never looked in danger of giving way. And what a final strike. Big stuff and great resilience after the one-sided nature of the previous game for Golubic. Back on serve at this change of ends, and this first set very much undecided. Okay then, Stephen, give us an idea of life on tour. You've just been in Portugal. Was it as lovely as it sounds, or are you working hard?
That one was lovely. I can't say it's always lovely, but I was down in the Algarve. No complaints about the week we spent in Portugal. In general, life on tour, it's a lot of travel, that's all I can say. And a lot of last-minute changes of plan, but I think I've got used to it now. So you just got to go with the flow, really.
Having seen various events, Harriet's done well in terms of playing at a lot of different levels this year. She's not been afraid to put herself out there at slightly lower level tournaments. She's also played at WTAs. What stands out to you about the setup of this tournament?
Ooh, I think this is a good. I like this tournament. I think the setup's great. I think this centre court is like there's a lot of space for fans. I also like that they schedule early, so we're not here till Harriet played 50 yesterday, played her doubles late.
That was the prime time match, that one. As you say, there's a lot of travel in this sport, and from being around this club and this tournament, it does a really good job of making the players feel comfortable with the transport, with the location of the official hotel in the town, and everything's easy access. Oh wow, she's caught that. And Golubic is asking whether or not she has. She's pretty sure that's drifted long. Come on, Stephen, be controversial. Back edge or long?
Because I'm very aware of the country we're in, I'm going to say that was in.
Not biased at all.
Not biased at all.
First love much clearer. Oh. haven't seen too many of those today.
The players I've spoken to about this tournament as well all speak very positively of it. So, and from my understanding, it's grown as well over the years. It's
Definitely. When Harriet won this in the doubles in 2017, it was a 25k level, so that's second step up. This is sixth step up. Highest level of ITF World Tennis Tour event, the W100. And I think that's largely due to the effort the club puts in, that they bring an event of this magnitude to this particular venue. Gotta say, she's playing dangerously, Isabel Lacy. That second serve was right on the back of the service box. Backhand deep, but effective. For a player of Golubic's level, that's a return she would expect herself to make. 30 all, one game out in front to put the pressure on. As Lacy continues to time the ball sweetly, it makes all the difference. 2 games on the trot to level up. She's got a similar intensity to Harriet as well in terms of her fight and the energy, and actually what I rated about Harriet earlier, and it was a more straightforward match, but her demeanor stayed the same. She was under the early pressure, she was down an early break point, and there was no kind of blip from her end of the court. You didn't sense much change in her energy, it was very level.
I agree, yeah. Mentally she was spot on today. Didn't let anything affect her really, and just business-like, is what I'd call it.
Yeah, that's nice. And she struggled a bit in the forecourt today, Golubic, but laid good groundwork there to get a nice, easy put away. Yeah, and there were some close calls in that match as well.
Yes.
The kind of thing that can get under your skin if you let it.
Definitely. She handled it well, credit to her. Not always easy to do that, but yeah, she was very good today.
It's the right idea from Lacy, looking to maintain that length of shot into the body, taking away the angles to work with, but it's a tightrope she's just fallen off that. Pinpoint. And that ball swept up quickly, very little reaction time for her opponent. Being around this tennis all the time, does that not tempt you to play more? Or does that put you off for life? With the level unattainable?
You've hit the nail on the head.
She's been taking some risks, and a little shake of the head there, Lacy, just suggests that she feels she should have built that point a bit more. But Golubic hanging on to the lead, 1 game away from the opening set. We'll look for a bit of a helping hand from the scoreboard, try and make Lacy feel a bit of pressure here. So Harriet doesn't know her next opponent, but it will definitely be a Brit, because Marnie Banks and Katie Dunne are facing off in the match after this one. Does she look at the full draw? Does she look at it round by round?
Yeah.
So does she know who she's playing next now or not?
She might have looked by now, but she would never look before the match. She goes round by round.
She's probably listening to you right now, and she's just found out.
So.
Revelation.
Yeah, she prefers to not be aware, because she wants to just focus on her next match and doesn't want the distraction of thinking too far ahead. So we tend to keep it to the next round only, but she might well be aware now that it will be one of those two. But yeah, as you said earlier, there's nothing, when I watch, they make it look so easy, and every time I'm near a tennis court I just want to pick up a racket and play. But as you say, the level is unattainable. They make it look so simple, and you try and do it and the ball hits the fence.
She had the ball she wanted, but not the control. And the thing with watching tennis is you get a nice courtside view these days. A lot of people, if you're watching from the distance on a screen, you can't always tell the amount of work that's being put on the ball. We've got Victoria Golubic here, who she can flatten out her shot, she can hit with a lot of spin, and the kick on that ball is pretty lethal. It takes full body strength and control and balance and positioning to deal with that ball and to be able to time your response well. And these players are at such a level that they do make it look easy. You can't always fully appreciate that when you're just watching from a distance.
I'll say that's actually the first thing I picked up on the first time I went to watch Harriet, and I sat courtside. The speed, I've watched tennis on TV before, but the speed when you're live, it's a different level. The strike power they have, and yeah, when you're there, it's a different level. It's so much quicker than it looks like on screen.
That's the ball she's been looking for, Lacy, time and time again. Clean hit, straight at the opponent, with length, with interest. Just robbing Golubic of a bit of reaction time. At the beginning of the set, she was approaching to the backhand, Lacy, and it worked. Not stretched enough on the forehand there, Golubic, for damage to really be accomplished. And this is set point. It seemed that just at the back end there, Lacy, she lost sight of the goal rushed it slightly. Some high-level stuff from the Brit in that opening set, but Golubic with the consistency, the security, and ultimately the scoreboard to break through and get it done at the back end. 6-4 she leads, but she did win the opening set in their previous meeting in Ilkley, and Lacy was able to turn it around, so time will tell on this occasion, but the top seed in pole position. Stephen, have you had lunch?
I have not. That was going to be my next move.
Okay, what's on the menu?
Pasta. I'm a creature of habit.
Okay.
I eat very plain and the same every day. And yourself? I can see your lunch here.
Yeah, I've got a barbecue chicken panini with fries.
Well, that sounds much
And
more
you've got
appealing.
someone looking over your shoulder.
Yeah, Harriet has joined us.
Since Harriet has joined us, what I'm actually going to do is get you to swap. So you can go and get your lunch, and Harriet's going to sit here for a couple of minutes and just give me a little bit of a rundown on her first 2 matches here in Shrewsbury. So I'll mute your mic while you swap over. Thank you, Stephen. Been a pleasure.
That's fun.
Here we go. Harriet's just quizzing him on what bits of insight he gave out to the watching world. Hello, Harriet.
Hello.
Give us a moment. Just adjusting the mic so you can hear what she's saying. You didn't hang around today.
No, I kept it quick and very professional, and yeah, first match indoors. It was fun.
How much did it help having played that doubles match last night?
Massively. I mean, I still think I started a bit slow today, but yeah, I'm tough on myself. But yeah, definitely it helped. You know, getting a match on these courts and just getting used to the conditions.
What's it like coming to an event of this stature, W100 high-level event, being the highest ranked Brit in the field? Is that something that you're aware of coming in with the publicity they give this kind of event?
Yeah, I mean, this event is great. I was really upset to miss it last year, and yeah, there's so many people coming to watch, and honestly, this is a lot more people watching here than my matches in China recently. So it's just really nice to be back in the UK playing, and great to have events other than the grass court season.
Yeah, that's good. From Golubic in the forecourt, he's starting to warm up by the net. That was a bit of a danger zone earlier on in the match, but seeing that ball well. Bit of an injury last season prior to this event.
I did. I had a problem with my ankle in the practice. I'd actually booked all my accommodation and everything, and I was really looking forward to coming here. And then, yeah, I couldn't walk up the stairs for about 3 days, and it was tough to get ready for the Billie Jean King Cup finals. Yeah, it was a real push.
Obviously, movement a huge element of your game, and Stephen gave us a little bit of insight before that you've actually looked at Isabel Lacy and compared your game styles previously in terms of her movement and her ability at the back of the court.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We both have the same fitness coach, and I started with him about 5 years ago, and he always says she reminds me so much of you. Similar body shape, and and everything. So yeah, I see her as like a younger sister, and she's always really funny. And I definitely think this is a winnable match for her. Last time they played, she did win. This first game is going to be very vital.
Particularly now she's had the breakpoint chance. Tough to go again from square one when you've had the opportunity to be out in front and then have to reset, and particularly when you're a set down as well. It came down to the very final few points of that opener.
Is a Lacy's bread and butter, that shot.
And the timing and the direction, just picture perfect.
You know, Golubic is coming into this tournament very confident. She won an indoor tournament, WTA tournament last week, and I know that she loves the indoors. In the last few weeks, she's regained her ranking a lot, so she's obviously very confident at the moment.
Yeah, that would have helped her in some pressure moments of that opening set. She was down early, but turned it around and looking ready to lead on in this second set as well. It's interesting what you said about Isabel and kind of seeing her as a younger sister. She was saying earlier how much she's benefited from being around the NTC and being able to hit with the likes of you and Jodie and the higher ranked girls, and really just learn from you by being in that environment and seeing how you go about things as well. Did you have that with other senior British players as you were growing up?
I wouldn't say I had it as much as I think, you know, that there's a lot of players, a lot more players, because there's like a big group of us, whereas previously I would say the only real person I had like a big connection with was Heather. You know, I remember I first hit with her when I was about 16 and she was already 20 and an established top 100 player. And I remember getting asked to practice with her at 9 AM on a Saturday morning, and I jumped at the chance. And I remember saying to my coach at the time that, oh, you know, I have to make this a really good practice session because I want to be asked back again.
Was that more pressure than you faced on a match court at that point in time?
Probably. But yeah, I mean, you always want to play with better people, and the better practice you have, the easier than it can be in a match.
So who was your practice with in preparation for singles today?
My coach.
There we go.
Jeremy Bates, yeah. He was asking me this morning, he was like, am I still hitting? And I was like, well, obviously. Don't disrupt you. He actually did a gym session before we played.
Oh, did he?
It was very warm. It's difficult difficult calls today on the courts, I think. It's a bit dark in here.
I was commenting earlier there was a close forehand or two in your match. Do you think if the scoreline had been a bit closer, you would have coped with that less well than you did? Or are you used to that kind of thing by now?
Oh no, I think I'm experienced enough now that you know that it can go both ways. But yeah, I mean, it's always difficult when you see it and you think differently. It's also difficult because, you know, a lot of us here are used to having someone marking on the service line.
Of course.
And the baseline. So it's difficult for them to call as well.
And this is the difficult game anticipated for Lacy after she couldn't quite push through on the breakpoint opportunity previously. But extra on that forehand.
Yeah, she's definitely going to need to, you know, keep that pressure on, and you know, the longer the rallies go, definitely favours Golubic more. And you know, first three balls of the rally is very important in this match, especially.
Offering all the extra balls now, Golubic.
Golubic is so good at making you play one extra ball. I think she had a small opportunity there to come to the net and try and finish, and try and make her, you know, come up with something a bit more special. Because when you get rallies like that, you're playing right into Golubic's hands.
And bit by bit, she's turning this one in her favour. For every time she's pegged back, she does seem to have another winner down the line in reserve. It's good to see her positivity as well, locked into the moment. She doesn't seem to be too hung up over chances that have come and gone.
I've always been really impressed with Liz's attitude. She's always super positive and
that's required right now. The average rally length has extended distinctly in this set, much to Golubic's liking.
she really needs to try and hold here, because you know, Golubic is an experienced professional, and things can go quite quickly as well.
Tell you what else went quickly, every one of those balls from the Isabel Lacy racket didn't hold back there.
very fast.
How are you finding the pace of the courts here? I've heard very varied opinions.
Yeah, it's interesting. I played on outdoors last week and it was super, super slow. So indoors feels fast. But I do think you have more time than you think in here. I think it's just being able to adjust to the lighting and also the balls are pretty heavy here. So I think that slows it down.
She just won't give up. When you said you'd stay until the next change of ends, you probably didn't count on a 20-minute game here, did you?
That's all right. It's good tennis to watch. You know, last week in Rouen, the courts are laid there, so they're very, very slow. You know, where these are permanent indoor courts. It's just very different. Did you know that Golubic plays? She speaks around 5 languages.
Really?
Yeah, she does. She's a very nice girl. And also being Swiss, I think you already start off with about 3, but she's
good point.
Croatian background, so both parents are Croatian, so she speaks a Balkan language as well.
Fractional. So have you had any non-English conversations with her? Or are we not quite as varied?
Definitely not quite as varied. I do think being British, I'm a bit lazy with it.
Definitely.
Because everyone just speaks English, so...
too easy for us.
It is. But I'm not really counting Duolingo, Spanish Duolingo or Norwegian like my boyfriend.
Oh, Norwegian?
Yeah, Steven's from Norway.
Ah.
Yeah, so his first language is Norwegian, then it's English. But yeah, it's I do think being British, it's just very easy just to speak English with everyone. That's a lovely shot, that is.
And a great finish. 5 deuces later and 3 break points saved. Isabelle Lacy escapes the game. And that could be the turning point of the match for her with the length of that. The momentum stalling slightly for the top seed.
She's definitely making her work hard for the games, which is obviously very important, especially early on in this second set. So let's hope that she just keeps it going.
That was unexpected, really, from her position in the court. Now, she's done that a few times with the lob. It's kind of come out of nowhere. Options to resort to. It sounded a little like you have some first-hand insight with Victoria Golubic. Have you played her before?
I have, but a long time ago, when we used to have Barnstable tournament.
So a 25k or a 10k?
Yes. Yeah, back in the day.
Oh! Well, that's the immediate overrule on the near sideline, so you're not arguing with that one under the umpire's eyes. And it clearly felt good. She turned away quickly.
But yeah, I also spent the last 3 weeks in Asia with her, so.
And you heard the languages one by one, did you? You just counted them off. Well, that's German, that's French.
Well, it's funny. It's amazing how people can switch very quickly. It's very impressive. But, you know, she's not the only one. There are multiple players speaking a lot of languages. I think Kiki Mladenovic, she is probably up there with the most amount of languages. And, yeah, it's pretty unreal how they just switch all the time. It's just so easy.
A lot of languages, a lot of options, and we're seeing a little bit of versatility from Victoria Golubic out here right now, unfazed by that marathon hold for Isabel Lacy, and so leading on serve in this second set. Well, you went so quickly, Harriet. You've given yourself a whole afternoon and evening to play with, so what's happening for the rest of the day?
It's a good question. Exploring Shrewsbury, you know. I've been to some decent coffee shops, probably get a snack somewhere. I know I have some other media requirements to do, so I'm going to go do that. I'll go to treatment, and I'll be out of here.
Yeah, well, thanks for hanging for a bit. Before you go then, best coffee shop you've been to? Can you give a local recommendation?
Ginger & Co.
Okay.
Yeah, it was really lovely, and their food menu looks great as well, so I'm sure I'm going to be back there for some food as well.
Amazing. Harriet, thanks for hanging. Well done today. And we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, round 2 time.
Thank you very much.
Golubic's resilience from the back is just asking Lacy to be more focused, more aggressive, more controlled. That was a great volley. And the world's former world number 35 is making more of a point of getting on top of the court. Now she's a set to the good, just taking a few more risks and looking more sure of herself. Asking Lacy to sustain a high level of consistency with her rally ball. No space for a passive strike. And there was nothing passive about that one. Full body momentum into that delivery. And she's nailed some scorching angles. You can't fault the mindset from Lacy, but that is just the work that Golubic has steadily built over the course of the last few games, and toughening up from all corners of the court. Looking well balanced behind the baseline, always seeming to have enough time on the ball. And Lacy's felt that pressure. The Swiss start up a set and a break, but needs the consolidation game to really make it count. There have been moments where she's looked rattled. Now she looks calm, comfortable. And a few points away from being in full control of this contest. Built steadily in order to strike into the forehand. There's a good steady move up the court, back to self, and finished with acceleration. Good focus. And it's matched by the world number 87. Immediate move up the court behind a well-placed forehand. At the moment, she's always just a step ahead, Golubic. And more the significance of those final couple of points of the opening set sets in. Very little in that opener, but that's the mark of a true elite player. They make the margins so incredibly fine. You can drop focus and you can lose your level for a mere couple of points, and it can decide the whole outcome of a match. Golubic in a fine position here on Demos People Arena. This, the third match of the day, straight sets victories for Nagina Abdurrahmova and Naya Baracoi. Or Harriet Dart, I should say, over Naya Baracoi. That was a 6-2-6 love result for the number 4 seed. And still a singles match to follow this one. Marnie Banks and Katie Dunne facing off on the pro match court for the very first time. A battle of the Brits to see who takes on Dart tomorrow. Must-win service game here for Isabel Lacy. And they are the fine margins. That ball drops an inch short. Golubic is all over it. This is sheer topspin, dipping that ball at the final moment. Finds the bullseye. And revenge looks to be on the cards for the player from Switzerland. Unforgiving of the slightest of missteps. Lacy just playing the opening stages of that rally with a lack of width. Wasn't in hard and central enough to really do damage, and so Golubic took the game to her. Now a second serve offering on the first of these break points. And there it is. A continuation of the crunching form that last week's champion of France has been bringing to the court in this second set. She has truly earned the opportunity to serve for the win. She has a win over a top 100 player to her name this season, Lacy, but she's still in the very early stages of her career. Still contesting junior events this season, made the final of the Wimbledon doubles alongside Hannah Klugman, who won her first round match yesterday. And whether or not she can begin to turn this contest around, she will learn a lot from it to take into the rest of her season and the rest of her career from here. Still another year on the junior circuit for Lacy if she wants it. But attention starting to shift to the pro events. She knows she has a level in her. just not really being made to pay Golubic for her positioning deep behind the baseline. Not seeing too many drop shots from Lacy to expose that positioning, largely because Golubic's brush up the back of the ball. Her length of shot is keeping her strikes deep. And she's now very much controlling the tempo out here. More often than not has Lacy responding to her. And the locker room beckons. Double match point on serve. The top seed is up and running at the W100 Shrewsbury. Fresh off a title run last week, and Victoria Golubic gets revenge for her defeat in Ilkley to Isabel Lacy earlier this season. A crowded house to witness the world number 87 up close. She did a great job of working that match into her favor. Golubic won 8 of the last 9 games and didn't let a fighting hold from Isabel Lacy at the beginning of the second set stall her rhythm. Very impressive for Lacy. There is a lot to be learned and a lot to take away, and she'll continue to grow as a player. She's already impressive. The 4th youngest player ever to win a W100 match, or ever to qualify for a W100 event, I should say. But Golubic with much more experience and putting that to good use today. So 3 matches down on Dimos People Arena. Victories for Nagina Abduraimova, Harriet Dart and Victoria Golubic. And 1 more singles match to come. It is an all-British affair. Marnie Banks to take on Katie Dunne. We'll be back with you for that one in a few minutes' time. Welcome back to Demos People Arena for the fourth time today on the second day of first round action at the W100 Shrewsbury. Wins on the main show court already today for Nagina Abdurrahimova, Harriet Dart and Victoria Golubic, all in straight sets. Could we finally have the first non-straight setter singles match on the main court this week? This one has potential to produce that. On your screen, Amani Banks, 21 years old, and a feature in the main draw here last season. She lost to Wimbledon semi-finalist of the time, Tatiana Maria. Higher ranking, more experience this time around, and a potentially very tricky opening matchup in 28-year-old Katie Dunne, who has already won a singles title on British soil this season. Abigail Johnson back with you in the commentary position, and this is a clash of British wildcards. And the prize for the winner, a meeting with the number 4 seed, Harriet Dart, in round 2. She sailed through earlier on 6-2, 6-love over the French qualifier Naya Baracoi. So Dart, who's since had a little stint on commentary, well warmed up for whichever match she is faced with tomorrow. So Marnie Banks on your screen, quite the fighter she is. Another thing that brings a similarity and a connection between these two players is the ongoing injury battles over the last few seasons, and she hasn't been fully fit over the summer months, Banks, including actually in recent weeks, and been a little under the weather this week, so she was taking it easy, just pacing herself at the beginning of the week, but did get her first doubles win in some time under her belt yesterday alongside Samantha Murray in pretty comprehensive fashion, so she's had a little bit of time to get used to the conditions here at the Shrewsbury Club. Competed a couple of weeks ago at a 25k level event in France. He generally competes at the 25k level. That's the second step up on the ITF World Tennis Tour. The W100 here in Shrewsbury is the highest level of ITF competition, bridging the gap from the ITF Tour onto the main WTA Tour, where the Arina Sabalenkas and Coco Gauffs of this world compete. So that's always the aim for these players, and this is a great opportunity for players just outside the realm of that top 200 to get a taste of life at the top and to get good ranking point and prize money opportunity. And those WTA heights are places that Dunne has seen before. She's previously appeared on centre court at Wimbledon, but has been plagued by injury really since the back end of 2019. And that was the year following her career high ranking inside the world's top 150. She's back inside the world's top 400, Katie Dunne, and she will take that after she was contemplating retirement at the beginning of the year after injury 101 turned her ankle when she'd gone out for a several-week stint in India, so she had to take some time to come to terms with the situation. And she's worked hard to get back on court and to remain competitive, and her hard work paid off in August when she lifted the trophy at the 25k level event in Fox Hills. Her first title at that level, but she has previously won a W60 a few years ago. Facing off with Marnie Banks today for the first time at pro level, but since they've been rehabbing at similar times and based around the National Tennis Centre, they have practiced together on many occasions, know each other's games very well. And Dunne says she's impressed with how Banks has developed over the last couple of years in terms of her consistency. She's got a big forehand and a big game, Marnie Banks, but just able to produce that more relentlessly in recent days. And Dunne knows that this is not a straightforward first round match, opportunity for both, but the outcome is definitely not a given. Matches going on across 3 courts as we continue the opening round of action in Shrewsbury. Olivia Gadecki in some trouble, the number 3 seed, down a set to Margot Rouroy of France, but we're going to keep our attention firmly on the match here on Demos People Arena. This is Marnie Banks up against Katie Dunne, and they're squaring off for the first time. Got coach Susie Riley courtside, Banks on the same side of the court at the moment. She's known Marnie since she was 3 years old, started playing tennis at home at Bolton Arena. Splits her time now, Banks, between Bolton Arena and the National Tennis Centre, which is where many of the British pros are based in Roehampton. was on this very court last season where Marnie Banks contested the final match of her 2022, and that was against Tatiana Maria, who'd made the final four of Wimbledon that year. Went to a tie break in the second set. And Banks' shoulder had been given her so much grief that she wrapped up the season after that, but no issues this time around. Big serve to close out a big opening hold. So the 21-year-old looking pretty relaxed first onto the board on Demos People Arena. And another British player who wrapped up a victory on this court yesterday is Hannah Klugman, and she's here right now. Hello, Hannah.
Hello.
Are you nervous at all about doing this?
Very nervous. I've never done this before.
Are you more nervous about being on the microphone now than actually being on court playing matches at this event?
Probably quite close, yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah.
Because what really impressed me yesterday before you went out for your match against Gina Feistel, I saw you a few minutes before in the player lounge, and you wouldn't have known that you were about to go out for a match. Were you as relaxed as you seemed?
Always there's, pressure going on and nerves, but, I definitely fought that off. I do have nothing to lose here. And I was just excited to get out there and play my first main draw. And also it was nice that I got to play 2 matches in qualies, so I was kind of, felt a bit at home, but yeah.
So when you qualified, you became the youngest ever player to qualify for an event at this level. And when you won yesterday, you became the youngest ever player to win a main draw match at a W100. Are you aware of those kinds of statistics when you're playing a tournament, and does that affect you at all?
I didn't actually know about that until I came off my, when I qualified, and, the ITF put a post up that I'd it was a record, and yeah, that's when I realised, but, it didn't really affect me.
And Dunne taking advantage of finally being able to get on top of the court. And Banks can really rip the ball, and she's kept her back to this point. Yeah, I thought you looked focused out there. No way you could have known about stuff like that.
Yeah, no. I try to not look at those things before you go on. So.
A great pickup from Dunne off the back of the return. It came in deep from Banks, didn't have a lot of reaction time. I know you have some experience of facing Katie Dunne, Hannah, so I'll come back to that one. Oh, that's a ripper. Not holding back. How well do you know Marnie Banks?
I've seen her around a lot at the NTC. Yeah, she's a really lovely girl. I wouldn't say I'm really close with her. Quite a big age gap.
True.
But yeah, she's really nice.
You could sense she was still under some pressure in the forecourt. Dunne, Banks far enough behind the baseline to get time on the ball. She's really launching through it right now. So Katie Dunne under the early pressure. Break point down here. Early signs that this one's going to be the battle we anticipated. Got to look for ways to get Banks off balance on that forehand side. There's some pretty lengthy games in the previous match between Victoria Golubic and a player that Hannah knows very well, Isabel Lacy, Wimbledon doubles partner. This one threatening to keep extending. This is break point number 3 for Marnie Banks. It's what happens when you put two fighters on the same court. With all the injuries they've faced, you learn resilience. Okay then, Hannah, you faced Katie in your first ever pro event in the quarterfinals of the 25k in Nottingham. That was in April-May time. Tell me what you remember about that match.
Yeah, that match, it was very long. Yeah, no, it was a really incredible match. I lost 7-6 in the third, but yeah, it was, both of us played a very good game. Yeah, Casey's a very good player. She's got a lot of experience, and yeah, she got on top of me in that tie break. And yeah, I was really happy for her because, for her, she had a lot of injuries, and she came out in that match and played incredible, and there was not much I could have actually done. So hands down to her in that match. Yeah.
That's nice that you can show that appreciation after what was a very, very tight battle, probably the match of that tournament. Did you start outdoors and then go indoors?
No, the whole of the tournament was actually outdoors until that match because it rained. So it was a bit different, but the level didn't go below. Yeah, so it's tough.
And she's tough as well, Dunne. That is a fighting hold of serve that could make a lot of difference. 3 break points saved. It gives her the opportunity to really get something going in this match. So what did you feel ultimately made the difference in that match against Katie? Was it experience? Was it a specific element of her game?
Yeah, I definitely think it's experience. I had many chances. The tie break, I was 4-2 up, I think. So yeah, it's just all about learning these matches.
How easy do you find it to think like that in the moment or immediately after a result?
Very tough. I didn't think about that. I wasn't thinking that in the moment. I was very, very disappointed. But that's tennis. You win and you lose.
And just checking on the call, I think the players, Hannah, have been finding it quite hard with the lighting in here to judge it sometimes.
Yeah, no, there's obviously a few dodgy line calls, but it happens. You got to get over it.
Banks doing a really good job of getting over that previous game with all the chances that she missed. Completely locked into the moment here. Not quite up to it there, Dunne. And Banks with a strong hold of serve in response to the resilience that her opponent displayed in the previous game. Heading to the sit down out in front. Do you know your next match, Hannah?
Yeah, I do. I'm playing Lily Miyazaki, a fellow British player, so it should be good. Never played her before. I mean, I haven't played many of these players here, but yeah, obviously I know her, seen her at NTC, so yeah, we'll see how we get on.
What is your mentality heading into these matches? Do you back yourself to do well, or are you looking at it all as experience?
No, I definitely back myself. If you didn't back yourself going onto the court, it's not much chance. So yeah, of course I think I can win it, but a lot of it is also experience. I'm still young, so it's not the end of the world if I lose, so just, staying relaxed.
How often do you get told that you're very mature for your age?
A lot, yeah. But, I'm one of 4 girls. I'm the youngest, so I've grown up and, always trying to be older than what I am.
Younger child syndrome.
Yeah.
I've seen that in action. The whole positioning around the forehand indicated that she was going to strike the other way, Dunne. So just had Banks at her mercy as she finished off. She will be frustrated. She read the drop shot. And just a couple of times she hasn't quite got up to the ball. Dunne. And looking for as many cheap points as possible on serve. She's been dealing with some headaches throughout the week so far. And saw the space. And nicely placed serve to finish things off. Right, Hannah, the big question at the tournament so far is, are these fast courts or are they slow courts?
I personally think they're quite slow. In
Okay.
the middle, I think, what have other players been saying?
Well, Holly Hutchinson was on the microphone earlier and said that they're fast-paced.
Really? Oh, God,
But
I disagree.
she's come in from Portugal,
Oh, okay.
where
Very
it was
slow.
very windy, and apparently the courts were playing really slow out there. So I guess it depends what your perspective is coming in. See, I'm of your opinion. They look slower to me.
Yeah, I mean, indoor courts are always faster, but I think these are slow for indoor.
But when you have so many contrasting opinions, it does kind of indicate it's probably just a medium pace.
Yeah, exactly. I think for sure a fast court would fit Amani. She's got a massive game, but can leak a lot of errors. So, yeah.
And when she's finding the mark like that, you've just got to say too good.
Yeah.
The question is, can she sustain if Dunne keeps extending these games and prolonging the court time? Not too good. She'd seen it done, but she was too far back to get up to it. And that's the other aspect of Montebank's game. She does have a pretty lethal drop shot. She knows exactly when to pull it out of the bag. That was a much-needed big delivery from Banks. Dunne had really crunched into the previous second serve return. So 5 games, no breaks. And Banks still leading the way in this 4th singles match of the day on Demos People Arena. Can you tell, Hannah, within a match, without looking at the numbers, where your serving percentage is at? Can you feel it?
Yeah, definitely. You know, when you're the player, you can tell. You know, if you're serving well, it really affects your game. You know, getting short balls ahead of a lot of free points, and I think Amani's serving incredible right now. Not sure about what her stats are, but
yeah, well, this is interesting because I think they're below where she'd want them to be.
Oh,
around the 60% mark.
Okay, but I mean that's still pretty good, past halfway. So. That's what you want to be.
It's the moments as well, isn't it, where you pull them out of the bag. She's pulled out some massive service winners and big first serves to close out games, to get out of a sticky situation. It's a straight-up fight to get on top of the court. And Hannah, the scoreline reflects it. It's felt pretty 50-50 so far. Is there anything that stands out to you so far as something that might make the difference?
I think, obviously, when Amani's on attack, you're in trouble. So, you know, Katie has to really put the pressure on from the start to get her on the move, because
she has to smile at how she escaped with that one. Here it looks precarious. It's suddenly pulled out of her control. And then I don't think she's practiced that kind of volley.
No.
Couldn't play it again if she tried. But here we go again. It's the seesaw. One way, one the other way.
Yeah, exactly. But when Katie is on attack, it's the same way. You know, I've obviously played her, and when she's on attack, she's also lethal. So obviously, both of them, you know, it's who can get on the attack first.
So first serves required in quantity from Dunne. She's responding here.
I think this match could be a long one.
Yeah, we might have reached the match time of one of the previous matches today already here. Yeah, and the pattern continues. She's got time on the ball, and it's out in front of her. Good luck. She's the only player so far to have had breakpoint opportunities. Banks, 3 in 1 game, non-converted. A chance to change that here. Pulling for the lead. Oh, that's world class. Strong enough out of the corners to put that on her racket. Really impressive from Marnie Banks. She's been pushing for it, and now she pulls across the line, looking to back up this break of serve. And that's your point in motion, Hannah.
Yeah. She's just too good when she's at, in the middle, when, you're not getting her on the move. As I said, it's tough when you're...
But the match far from over, and this set not done yet. Has to hold this game to make the break count. Do you reckon that's a smart return from Dunne, deep to the body?
I mean, that's the right play, middle, deep, but maybe a bit too much on the ball.
If you're 4-2 down to peak Marnie Banks, do you think you're changing anything up right now? What would you do in this position?
I think definitely change the pace. You don't want to get into those flat rally ball striking rallies. So definitely changing the heights, slicing, deep balls, high. I just think Katie's going a bit too much the same ball.
If she can line it up like that, then fair play. She's just not quite getting second serves to lock into at the time she needs them. This one able to come onto the ball and get good control down the line. Has not always been the case. Good body language though. Well, she tried. But the first strike got Banks up the court quickly. Nice balance behind the slice approach as well. She keeps hanging on and crucially avoiding that Banks forehand. Dunne with the chance to get back on serve. just won all but 2 of her first serve points, Banks. And once again, even though the percentage isn't quite where she would want it, and she's finding those first serves under the most pressure. That's making a scoreboard difference right now. Oh, stood strong to deliver there. What are the requirements, Hannah, to produce a backhand like this?
Definitely staying low, very stable. Look how low she gets. Yeah, I mean, that's a very good backhand.
The work in the gym pays off.
Exactly.
This is where a tight contest could get on top of Banks with the back and forth nature of Juice. There's that touch more consistency required. Dunne extending this game long enough that she's drawing a few errors, generally from the backhand. Oh, that is a phenomenal rally. Applause from all corners, including from the opponent. You can't practice for that, can you?
That's just too good.
Some charge she had to come up with as well to even continue the exchange. Outrageous. It's a save break point as well. And I think Katie Dunne's mindset coming into this is playing a key part in her staying as competitive as she is. She acknowledged prior to this match that if Banks was having a good day, she could just take the racket out of her hands. And you have to say too good if she can maintain this under pressure. And that's a massive, massive hold. Classic intensity from Marnie Banks. Breakback point saved. And the forehand finding its mark once again. It's been a tussle, and it has lasted almost 45 minutes so far, but Banks at 5-2 is one game away from the opening set. Hannah, have you had fun?
Yeah, it was great fun. Thank you, Abigail.
You're very welcome, and you're welcome back anytime. I think, win or lose, if you're happy, we might have to check in with you after your match against Lily, see how you found that. That'll be a very insightful match for you, because she's a very different game style, isn't she?
Yeah, very different. You know, she takes the ball very early. I mean, to be fair, I've played a lot of different styles this week.
You have?
Yeah. In the qualies, I played someone slicing and
Pemra Oilsgen.
Yeah, and yesterday a bit more just side to side smacking the ball. So it's been good.
Well tested out. So only positives and only things to be gained from the match tomorrow. So go out there and enjoy it.
Thank you.
And we'll be watching with interest. So well done on the week so far. Youngest ever player to qualify for a W100, youngest ever player to win a match at a W100, and probably youngest ever player to commentate on a tennis match. So
yes.
Put it there.
Yes.
Well done, Hannah. See you
Thank
later,
you.
okay? cheap service points will be welcomed more than ever by Dunne. Physical battle so far. And it's tough when you look at the scoreboard and you don't see a lot to show for some high-level effort. Again, great work taking that ball on the ascendancy and backing herself to the forecourt. Essential to keep Banks at bay behind the baseline. Kill or be killed. And that is a great display of focus from Katie Dunne after being so close to getting back on serve, asking the toughest question of Banks. She has to serve it out with just the single break beneath her. Now this has come around again, this opportunity to serve pretty quickly. And that's a smart move from Dunne. Stretched full out on the return, but immediately seeing the shot that she'd produced and getting up on top of the court to add pressure with her positioning. Immediate pressure on the scoreboard. That first point, always big. That was a really great serve, gave her options, and she fully committed to the backhand direction. Good balance. Focus fully on her own side of the net, not overthinking it. See ball, hit ball, up court. And Dunne did well to offer the extra shot. She'd almost overrun that. Set points on the racket of Marnie Banks. Big time tennis to combat. Just caught a glimpse of Ian Bates in the stands, head of women's tennis at the LTA. Can't take a side in this one. Has worked with both players. Overseen the progression of each career. Both of them at very different stages, but still pushing. Strong serving in the biggest moments from Marnie Banks. Ultimately, the margin's finer than 6-3 suggests, but it really does emphasize how Banks was able to find the intensity from within and come up clutch in the biggest moments. So one set to the good, and in the 3 previous matches on Demos People Arena today, the winner of the first set, has won the contest. Will that theme continue? Injured her hamstring midsummer, Banks, in July, and she's had some physical niggles that she's tried to compete through. Has just had to measure her schedule accordingly. Dunne as well, after the ankle injury at the beginning of the year, has had countless physical struggles. The shoulder was exaggerated just as she got back on the match court with a UK Pro League week victory in April. So both players know about challenges and hurdles and overcoming adverse situations, and that is what 28-year-old Katie Dunne has to do here. A set down, but we'll be able to appreciate that she was really competitive in that opening set, and Marnie Banks just had high-level timing to ultimately get the job done. The consolation prize is that she's serving first here in the second. Her tennis IQ is being tested out here, Dunne. She's really having to put the Banks forehand under some serious scrutiny to draw the error. The shorter angle working effectively there after she'd done the building to the backhand side. And that's a strong start to the second set. Dunne putting the blinkers back on, focusing on the task at hand. Made a real push at the British events over the summer. Dunne mentioned that victory in Fox Hills. Also went deep in Aldershot, reached the semi-finals and was on the brink of victory there against the number 3 seed. Since then it's been a little tougher. It had been a while since she travelled abroad, and particularly when you're struggling physically, when you're not able to travel with someone, it's a very difficult life for a pro tennis player on the road. The players very appreciative of the opportunity to play a high-level tournament closer to home. Dunne with her coach courtside today, her parents watching on. But there's only so much that can be offered in terms of advice from courtside when Banks is hitting the marks the way she is. Ben Roberts on the same side of the court as Dunne right now. They started working together just prior to Wimbledon, pre-qualifying. Dunne now based at Gosling Tennis Academy. Not spending as much time at NTC. Anything you can do. Banks matches Dunne's effort. Yeah, the net cord knocks this one dead. And Banks would probably have got a racket up to it, but Dunne was in full control of the point, ready to close it down. It's another test of her inner mettle here. Her mental resilience. Because that's not a bad move. Inserting that slice, giving Banks a different look, and that's a makeable forehand on the stretch. She'd back herself with that done. She's a good tracker of the ball. You've seen her ability to take it on the rise, to absorb and redirect her opponent's pace. It comes in like a lightning bolt, and with the lighting inside this room, that is tough to deal with. It's dimmer in the center of the court. The line's well lit. It's easy to lose track of that ball. seizing the opportunity to stay central at the beginning of that rally. Dunne taking an extra few words of advice as she takes the lead once more in this second set, trailing by a set here on Demos People Arena. So that is very much allowed. The W100 Shrewsbury labelled as a coaching trial event. If you go on the ITF World Tennis Tour calendar, you'll see that caption alongside a number of the tournaments. There are a few changes as far as coaching goes on the pro tennis circuits over recent years. Courtside coaching is now allowed at ATP and WTA level. And so the situation here is you can have a conversation with it and get insight from your coach when you're on the same side of the court. And that might just help Dunne maintain her focus and her clarity in what she wants to do out here as Banks comes with big blow after big blow, looking to shatter her spirit. Hasn't done so yet. A set to the good, but still with some distance to go. It's so difficult to find the balance when you're facing Marnie Banks at this level. At love 15, Dunne knew she had to land that backhand return. But the opportunities to really rip through the return are few and far between. You've seen the precision of Banks' first delivery in the aftermath of that point. That is fierce. Up against this level, getting the balance right between actually getting the return in play and keeping enough length and width on it to really do damage is a tough challenge. Banks managing herself well. completely right and Dunne to use that first shot behind the serve to look to go big, to keep Banks on the back foot. But once she's 2 or 3 shots into the rally, maybe needs to rifle through her options. Naya Baracoi, the qualifier from France, really showed some great competitive energy throughout her time here in Shrewsbury, but up against Harriet Dart earlier on, it was one-sided, 6-2, 6-love, and she didn't really switch up her strategy. Gave Dart a lot of looks at the same ball. Yeah, that's the bullseye. Ace number 4 edges her out in front on the ace count. The net cord did work against her. But Banks with untroubled positioning. Good use of her body weight to take advantage. Great work with the legs. Oh, that's perfectly constructed. Great example of playing the ball and not the opponent. Might have been tempted to build an extra ball at the beginning of the rally to the backhand, but hit into it at exactly the right moment. Always kept the feet moving to get the connection, the timing, the positioning just right. Yeah, the T serve coming up clutch once more. If the first set was a tug of war, the second is a wrestling match, and Dunne is holding her on. Once again, gets her nose out in front. Very decent level of tennis on both sides of the net in the 4th singles match of the day on Demos People Arena. There has been a battle or two elsewhere as well. In the first match of the day over on court 3, Andrea Lukashuta came from a set down, edged the second set tiebreak to take the win over her fellow qualifier Kathleen Kanev. And in the second match on court 3, more recently, Olivia Gadecki, the number 3 seed, was on the brink of an exit. Was down a set and was taken to a tiebreak in the second, but turned things around for the 3-6, 7-6, 6-4 defeat of top 250 player Margot Ruveroy. So no breaks and no break points as yet in this second set. Banks with a half chance at deuce. but has to go again from square one, serving at 2-3. Kept her positioning nice and tight to the baseline from the word go, Dunne. And looking to keep that positioning forward, she's often having to take the ball on the rise, and she has the timing for that. And that's how much or how little it got under Marnie Banks' skin. Able to isolate each individual point. Asking each other for better continuously. Done with big strides to track down that drop shot, had the racket back ready. And this is the opportunity she's been waiting for. There have been moments of tangible agitation where she's felt like she's missed a half chance, but here's a 4-1. Break point for the 2-game deficit. And there it is, sealed with a winner. Made it her business in that game to get up to the ball from the offset. Katie Dunne isn't done with this match. It had all the potential for 3 sets on paper. And she can just hold this game. We're as good as that. Yeah, it was narrow, but it's the margin that Banks needs to edge right now. Relentlessly close on Demos People Arena. Smooth work on the defense. She's the more stable of the two from that distance behind the baseline. And so Banks makes sure she glues herself on top of her own baseline. No arguing with that. That's a phenomenal strike. That might be the most unfortunate net cord you'll see all week. Not because it was going wide as it hit the net alone, but also because of what it does to the scoreboard. From the brink of 30 all to double break back point. Barely, but just. And she's got to feel like that's her territory right now, Dunne. The rallies that extend into the double digits of shots hit. It's been hit and miss in this game. But the first serve crops up at a big moment. Just got to guess and hope when she has time to line up for her shots like that. Fearsome striking from Marnie Banks. That forehand a sure winner. Third chance to get back on serve. And she will do so. Extended that game long enough to take advantage of another couple of second serves, and the hopes of a straight sets triumph are still alive for the 21-year-old. A lot of looks over to Susie in her corner, who has been an ever faithful presence in her team over the last 16, 17 years. Takes it incredibly seriously. Susie does a good amount of scouting on her opposition, makes copious notes, relays the essential points to Banks, and then lets her do her thing. She's competed with great clarity out here. And a level above her ranking, which currently sits at world number 432. Injuries have had their say in holding her back. But she has experienced her first finals at 25K level over the past year. The most recent of those was on British soil in Nottingham a few months ago. There is a consistency in the biggest moments that only comes with match play, and Dunne is lacking a little match play of late due to early exits in her last couple of tournaments and the break she had to take prior to that return to competition in the wake of her Fox Hills triumph. Just looking after her body. And looking after her game well enough that she is extending this battle and giving Banks more opportunity to miss. Those kinds of misses have been few and far between. And more often than not, they've been followed up with something like that. Instant reset. Oh. Instinctive duck. No harm intended by this forehand at all. She went lefty there, Dunne, to give herself a shot at the win, but completely at Banks' mercy there. Tried everything she could with positioning to disrupt the flow. Not to be. Too good. And she levels up. 2 games on the bounce. And a bit of momentum locked in as we head into the business end of the set. All the pressure on the shoulders of Katie Dunne here. But it's onus on Banks to keep that pressure there. The opening couple of points are so key to make her think about the moment and the scoreboard situation. Rob her of any breathing room. Again, finds the moment to pull out the angle into the forehand corner. maybe a little bit too much time to think about what she was doing with this ball, Dunne. You can't afford to be too clever or too casual when Banks is already on top of the court. She's used the backhand slice really efficiently on the approach in the forecourt. It's been a standout element of her game today. You can see why the idea occurred to her with Banks deep behind the baseline in the opposite corner. But maybe just a bit much on Banks's ball to really be able to manufacture that shot. Leaves the door open a crack. Lacy serve to her rescue. It has served her well throughout this set, just keeping her out in front once again. The opportunity to use the scoreboard against her opponent now, Katie Dunne, a game away from taking this the distance. And if she is to break serve again, it looked like she would need a bit of a helping hand from something somewhere. The scoreboard pressure might do that. Banks has only missed 3 first serves. Hello there. In this second set. 19 of 22 first serves landed. That's a whopping 86% of her first deliveries, and that is suffocating Dunne a little bit, just putting her at Banks' mercy from the first ball, making counterpunching difficult even for a player of her ability. I think she can appreciate that she's locked in a good battle here. So Banks serving to stay in the set. And that is brutal. Seeing that ball like a football. And this is where Dunne, in retrospect, might just want to throw something a little different in there. Insert the slice. Just take the rhythm away from Banks, because corner to corner, she has it covered. In the biggest crunch time games, the first point really sets the tone. And Banks has found all the marks in this game. Passes that test with flying colours. A start. This has been a physically really testing match, and she looks good, Banks, which is a great sign for a player who struggled with so many different injuries. Good length into the forehand. Dunne had got her balance back. Seemed like she'd recovered the point. Talk about first point setting the tone. That's a big one. Oh, that is unfortunate. That's really tough. The net cord has been a friend for Banks at moments in this second set, big moments. I think she knows it. She's done the majority of the work, but that one's a killer. She seemed caught in two minds, Dunne. And that has been a pressure point, getting up to that ball in the forecourt. Really, it's been coming in at her from all angles, and Banks is looking ready to pull for this triple break point. Oh, that's good bravery. Because the toss hinted at tension, understandable tension. No, she has to play for the win, even on the brink. major resilience. Oh, the volley was there for Banks. The move that Dunne made behind the ball, just enough to block the space. Just got to do it all over again. Love 40 could still be costly. It's a deep hole to dig out of against someone who's been hitting this big for this long. But you can bet she's going to go for it. Tell you what, if she can wriggle out of this game, it will be something. At love 40, Banks had a second serve to look at. Oh, that's a gladiatorial effort. Katie Dunne does it again on the edge of the cliff in that game. Finds the path. Again, she's 4 points away from a decider. That time, very much against the odds. Well, you could sense that Banks could see the finish line. She has brought top 100 tennis to the table today. And she was gunning for that checkered flag. But sometimes when you've been that close and haven't made it, mentally it becomes more challenging, more testing, and this is going to be a very telling game from Banks' side of the net. Jeremy Bates with a keen eye on what is unfolding. Knows all these British players very well. And another awaits for the winner of this contest, Harriet Dart, the number 4 seed, to take on the winner. Banks closer, but not there yet. Serving to force a tie-break now. And after the missed chances, 4 of them in the previous game, this is her biggest test of the match so far. Go hard or go home. Second delivery looked like a first serve. Confirmed as good by the chair umpire immediately. That's got to be catching the outside of the line. Points of fine margins. All of them fall Banks' way. Oh, how's that response? Water off her back. That makes a strong statement moving into the tiebreak. That was where it could all have fallen apart, and she's just shown what she's made of. Steel. And this set gets the tiebreak it deserves. Should be thinking that she's had enough fall against her. Always big to get that first point of a tiebreak, the settler, particularly after a service game that blitzed by for Banks the way the previous one did. She took some momentum into this breakup. Two razor-sharp deliveries that you just can't argue with. Her first serve percentage is a full 20% higher than Dunne's, Molly Banks. And it's really applying the pressure to Dunne's own first delivery, asking if she can come up with it consistently. Knows she has to look to get these points finished within the first couple of strikes. And she's responding to that request. Oh. Didn't quite get it right. Don't think she needed to go for that much. Banks on the overhead. It was Olivia Gadecki, who just won her singles today as the number 3 seed, who was making reference to the lighting on the court yesterday during the doubles, and said that those higher balls are a particular struggle because it's dim in the middle section of the court and you've got stronger lighting down the outside edges, and you can lose that ball as it's traveling through the air. Difficult moment for that to happen to Banks. She's fought back in this set already, and she's going to have to do it in this tiebreak too. And she's fully aware of the unforgiving nature of the tighter scoring format in the tiebreak. First serve has been relentless up to now, but you can't afford to let the focus drop for a moment. That could be a costly double fault. First of the match. Two warriors on court. And that is why we find ourselves here. Katie Dunne was triple break point down at 5 games all, 5 points from defeat. Now she's 1 point from a decider. It felt good, but it was fractionally wide. Very little in it. Got to reset quickly here. Done. It's a struggle. There's been a build-up of tension. If you suddenly think you've won the set and have to go again, that's demanding. That's a ridiculous way to seal it. She's as tough as they come. It promised 3 sets. It's going 3 sets. And there were moments in that second set where it looked extremely unlikely. Katie Dunne has dug deep to take this one the distance. You've got a feel for Marnie Banks. She has played some absolutely world-class tennis out here. Fierce serving, phenomenal forehands. And at a set and 5 all and love 40, second serve, it almost looked like a done deal, but you can never call it too early, particularly when you have a player on the other side of the net who has spent so many months and even years at the sidelines, nursing wounds, longing for the opportunity to get back on the match court and build on what she worked so hard for in the seasons 2018 and 2019, when she was getting Grand Slam experience, when she was building her world ranking towards the top 200. Both players would have come on court today with no doubt that it was going to be the fiercest of battles, and it is the first match this week to go the distance on Dimos People Arena. Another single set for the watching fans to take in. So Katie Dunne taking a moment off the court, probably just due to the amount of time they've been on it so far, 1 hour and 45 minutes. Banks using the time wisely to get some insight from Susie Riley courtside. And it was good to see 0 negative reaction from Banks at the end of that second set. She was so close to the ultimate triumph, and yet she's straight back to business, keeping her head in the game. Looking for a strong start to this decider. big deciding set upcoming, and we've got a co-commentator in the house for it. We've had new voices on the mic throughout the day, and it's Abigail Johnson who's been with you for the first couple of sets. Alongside me now, Alex Hyman. Alex, welcome to Shrewsbury. You were in a different country at the beginning of today, I believe.
I was. It's been a bit of a mayhem day, but yeah, glad to be here at the Shrewsbury Club. What a venue.
Yeah, it is quite a venue. If you could see Alex right now under 10, you would know that he'd come in from abroad. But coaching out at Soto Tennis Academy at the moment?
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, half coaching and half playing. So it's been a busy couple of months, but been great fun nonetheless.
Marnie Banks herself spent some time out in Spain training in her teenage years. She was at Juan Carlos Ferrero's academy, and she really developed her fighting qualities out there. They are going to be called upon right now. So close to the victory in straight sets, but has to go again at 1 set all, serving to start the third. First game of this decider feels bigger for Banks. 5 all, love 40. It's hard to keep that out of your mind. She did well to go straight to her coach during that break between sets and just keep her mind in the moment. Good to see her rhythm hasn't dropped. A fairly lengthy break after the second set, understandably. Best part of 2 hours spent on court. And how about that, to announce herself in the third. Second set in the rearview mirror, Marnie Banks ready to go again. Just looking along the balcony, Alex, because I don't know if you saw her, Harriet Dart was watching this one for quite a while.
Yeah, I did see that as I popped around the corner. She was definitely getting a good eye in and checking out the level on this court.
Yeah, she faces the winner, and I'd have been a little bit scared of what I was seeing if I thought I was going to be up against Marnie Banks on this court in the next round from the way she was playing for a good, well, really the first 2 sets out here, absolutely ripping the ball and finding the mark more often than not. And Dunne knew what she was up against, though, coming into this matchup. Yeah, she's pointing at that forehand immediately. Yeah, I mean, it looked long from this angle, but there have been a few close ones out here.
response yet again from Banks. Seems to be dealing well with the difficulties coming her way.
She's always been a really good self-motivator, Banks, and that is such a required quality the higher up you climb on the pro ranks. And she's making good use of the coaching opportunity, as you should when it's there. But the higher up you go in terms of scale of tournament, it's something I've thought about quite a bit. It's a little less intimate. You're a bit further away from the stanza and from the people in your corner. The higher up the levels that you go, you can't always draw on that support. You've got to look for it within yourself sometimes. That's been the real struggle for Dunne throughout this match. Those balls that are kind of in what you call, I guess, no man's land between the baseline and the service box. As the match has extended, she's been more comfortable behind the baseline, countering slightly, responding to the pace. When the time comes to finish things off, she's just got a bit tangled.
Certainly win some and lose some out there.
Definitely. And by the looks of it, that's probably what she's thinking, but she doesn't want to lose some at 30 all, because look what that does to the scoreboard. Early break point for Banks. Well, that tells you everything, the long outtake of breath. There've been several tense moments out here, but it doesn't seem to get any easier, such as the resilience on both ends of the court. Well, players have said it, with the dimness on the middle section of the court, it is hard to call the lines, particularly for the chair umpire, the lines further away. It's just a little unfortunate that so many close calls grouped themselves together in that game, which clearly felt like a big one to Banks. She had the opportunity, wasn't able to convert. What do you think of the shot choice? Drop shot.
I think a little rushed. I don't think it was quite on just yet. Maybe wait a couple more shots, wait till you're a little bit more inside the baseline.
With how hard Banks is hitting the ball, you've really got to time it just right.
Especially as good a mover as Banks is, it's got to be spot on.
Eight service points played, 8 service points won in this set by Marnie Banks. Stamping her authority on this decider. Fully locked into the moment. You can't argue with that. Nose out in front as we start the battle once again. A lot for Dunne to feed off, though, in that regard, because Banks' serving numbers were really impressive throughout the second set. That first serve percentage consistently well above 80, which is higher than your average, and winning the majority of those points as well. And Dunne will know that if she can just hang on, there is going to be the opportunity of those tighter moments, potentially that tighter scoring format in a tiebreak that could make all the difference.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's certainly first strike tennis out there, and what helps is making first serves. They both got a pretty big first serve on them, so the moment they get that into play, the moment they're up in the rally straight off the bat. So yeah, like you say, the more they can do that, the more chance they give themselves.
And ball change. This is going to change the rhythm of play a little bit. Flying fresh out of the can. Which is great if the ball doesn't come back. Dunne making good use of it again with a good first serve.
Yeah, you could certainly tell the ball was flying a bit there. Banks' forehand slightly off target.
It's a great exchange. Just sensing instant regret from Dunne at the shot choice there. There was an opening to potentially take that up the line.
Yeah, for sure. I think Banks did so well to get that angle earlier on in the rally. Tried it again, but not this time.
Responding with a pretty comprehensive service hold of her own, Katie Dunne. I hate to use the word easy where tennis is concerned, because we all know full well it's nothing like easy, but it just feels like this decider will be potentially easier for Dunne to play, given the recent history of the match, the fact she came through those close moments of the tiebreak. little bit more of a bonus on her side of the net with the level that Banks was producing consistently for much of the match. She might not have rated her chances of being here. And she will never write herself off, Dunne. Neither of these two will. They're, I think, two of the best fighters in British tennis. But I think everyone in the field knows that if Banks has got that ball out in front of her like that and she's seeing it big, she's tough to stop. It's just needle-sharp stuff from Banks. She still hasn't dropped a point on serve in this set. That's 12 points played, 12 points won, 3 love holds. And barely a reaction from her there. At this point, she is conserving energy. It has been mentally and physically taxing, but still she leads the way. On serve, we continue.
Banks is doing extremely well off her second serve. She's won 100% of points on that second serve. So potentially suggests, you know, that Dunne isn't quite doing as much as he could off that second serve return. Maybe could step in a little more and just make Banks play.
Got the night session still to come today. This is the first time that we've got a night session scheduled this week at the W100 Shrewsbury, not before 6:45. Emily Appleton and Isabel Haverlag, the number 2 seeds, contesting their doubles match. That ties in with an event hosted here at the club as a part of the tournament, and the Shrewsbury club do a fantastic job of making an event out of a tournament. So there's something special to look forward to on every day of the competition. Some way to go before that, though. Oh, center of the dartboard. She's recovered so quickly there and never takes her eye off the ball. Oh, that's outrageous hitting.
Just relentless from the baseline.
She's done all that work from the middle of the court. She generated that angle from nowhere. But she will keep gritting through. It's become a theme of this match. With these two in their first pro meeting, but they've been practicing together for a long time, and Dunne says she used to clean up when they faced off in practice, and she's watched Banks develop into the well-rounded competitor that she is, and those wins do not come that easily anymore, as you're seeing. Again, it's just the doubt when she's on top of the court in that position. What do you think that is, Alex? Is it if you've kind of come a cropper up there so many times, or is it Banks's positioning at the back of the court? What factors that?
I think there's certainly a lot of pressure being put on Dunne when she's approaching the net. I think we've seen Banks come up with a few awesome passes in the last few games. So I think, yeah, Dunne just needs to put ball in court first of all, before making sure she makes that ball. Let Banks make those shots over and over again.
That's 15 straight points on serve. That's a joke. Make that 16. Just the steam train on serve right now, Banks, and that is deeply impressive in the aftermath of the narrow loss of the second set.
I think it makes such a difference when you keep on ticking a serve over like that. It gives you the freedom to have a swing on the return games, and then you might hit one or two winners that you wouldn't have expected, and all of a sudden you're a break-up 7 for the match. So it really helps her out, this stuff.
Really impressive. And there is a little weariness about her now. I was just commenting at the end of the second set how fit and ready for it she looks. It's a big deal with these two, with the amount of injury setbacks they've fought off, and sometimes they're a little short on match play because of those incidents of being sidelined. And for Banks, it's a big deal to be able to maintain that level of fitness. But I think a little bit of fatigue is maybe not a bad thing here, because it just gives her that one-track mind focus on ball by ball, point by point.
Yeah, 100% agree. I think for Banks to have the mindset of get that first strike in, because one, I'm a little tired, but two, that's how I play my best tennis and that's how I win points. So not a bad thing at all.
Once again, it's on Dunne to keep pace. But this time it is a little different. If Banks can push through, she has the chance to serve for the match, and that might just give her a little extra shot of adrenaline and potentially cause a little more tightness in Dunne's shoulders. The toss can be indicative of that. No betrayal from the serve, but the forehand is one that She knows she can't afford to miss at this stage. And fighting powers being called upon once again. That's well handled. There would have been a temptation to overplay that volley at this stage. Already Banks is back on her feet here, getting ready to chase it down. And she's just lifted that. Looking for the extra length from behind the baseline and found a bit too much. Here we go then. Break points to serve for it. We've been here before.
I think if you're Banks, you've got to put ball in court.
She just won't budge. Who's even surprised? She saved 12 of 14 break points in this match. Banks 2 of 3. That was long. I think she wanted it so badly. It was a great strike with an inch less on it. It was the perfect strike.
One of coaches would call a good miss.
They're the slim margins. And they make the biggest of differences. Here she comes again. Now this is every inch the battle it promised to be. Is this where the Banks serve finally feels the heat? 0 points dropped behind that delivery in this set. There it is, her first point on the return in this set. Ultimately, it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. Made immediate use of the space there. Well, you wanted Alex to see her step in behind that second serve, Dunne, and she's done that.
Use the angles a lot better there as well. 2 points off the return on this serve.
Urgency and immediacy from Dunne's end of the court. This is a major moment. And even the best counter-punching was going to struggle to respond to that intensity. Flawless from Banks. She's so resilient. Reached deep there and came up with the goods right at the back end of the game. Banks pulls just one game away from completing the second round lineup here at the W100 Shrewsbury.
Takes real courage to do what Banks has done there, especially as such a raw and young player still. I think that's very impressive, and that will set her in good stead for the rest of her career.
Yeah, she has really great champions qualities, Banks, that maybe she hasn't had as much opportunity to show off so far as she would like. But she's consistently showing flashes of what she can do. She even did that here last season. Appeared at this event at the back end of 2022, the tournament that was ultimately won by the current Wimbledon champion, Marketa Vondrousova. She had a tough opener last year, Banks, against Tatiana Maria, who just months before had reached the semi-finals of Wimbledon.
First point that she wanted. Crucial.
It's also the second return game in a row where she's gone up love 30, Banks. In a previous return game, she had break points. There would be match points on this occasion. She sensed it before it landed. It's a hole she's dug out of before, Dunne, but this time around there's a different feel to it. The break points are match points, 3 in succession. That is an incredibly fought triumph by Marnie Banks. She was inches from the straight sets victory, and she's reached deep to get it done in 3. Great class at the net, both players fully aware of the quality of the battle and what both of them have come through to even get here, to even be here on court today. 2 of the biggest fighters that you will come across in this country and from any country within the sport. They really set a standard on that front, and Marnie Banks, so impressive today, considering how close she was to getting it done almost an hour ago, to come through with that kind of level in the decider. I mean, Alex, the serve was so impressive.
Yeah, super impressive. Yeah, I'm actually amazed at the level from the first set I've just come and watched here in Shrewsbury. It's been an amazing set of tennis to watch up here on the balcony. And yeah, for sure, probably the serve was what did it in the end. But yeah, super impressive from both, but Banks through on this occasion.
And it does complete the second round lineup in the singles. There's still tennis to be played today at 6:45. The doubles action to bring a conclusion to the day here on the Demos People Arena. But we can now take a look at what awaits in second round action tomorrow. Harriet Dart is the player tasked with taking on Marnie Banks and her red hot serve. So that should be quite the contest between Dart and Banks, but we can have a look once I've actually pulled up the draw at the lineup. Victoria Golubic to take on Nagina Abduraimova. So Golubic, the top seed, got the win over Isabel Lacy earlier on today. Revenge for her loss to Lacy in Ilkley earlier in the season. Francesca Jones, another British wildcard who got through in straight sets on her return to the sport yesterday, taking on Elena Malagina, UK Pro League champion. Olivia Gadecki, the number 3 seed, up against Barbora Politseva, the 19-year-old Czech Republic player who can really bring a high level of power to the court and has a lot of potential. Susan Lammens from the Netherlands to take on Katie Swan. Number 8 seed Simona Volta to face qualifier Andre Lukashutsa. Lily Miyazaki and Hannah Klugman to face off in an all-British clash. That one could be fascinating. Ocean Dardin, the number 2 seed, 2-time former champion, to face Marina Melnikova, who has a career-high ranking inside the top 200. And, of course, Harriet Dart to go head-to-head with Marnie Banks. So that's coming up for you tomorrow. We've got one more doubles match later today without commentary. That'll be available to watch at about 6:45. But I've been Abigail Johnson taking you through the day, joined by Alex Hyman to end the day, and we'll be back with you tomorrow for another great day of tennis here at the W100 Shrewsbury. Thanks for joining us.
Today, this is Both balls